Polish Extraleague. Today is round 4. I am one Grandmaster Keti Tazalashvili, and this is International Master Piotr Guan.
Hello, everyone.
So they already started to play. As usual, we had the video from playing call. We saw when the game started and how it progressed. And now we can quickly start to review the games, right?
Yes. So the game we've been looking at on the camera was Radosław Wojtaszek, the Polish number 1, against Piotr Brodowski, and the first move was made by CEO of Mokate, who is the sponsor of this, one of the sponsors of this event. And the first move was 1d4.
D4. The CEO of Mokate is a big fan of chess. He enjoys to play chess and he sometimes plays chess, as we know. And he was the one participant who managed to win the blindfold chess against Alina Kashlinskaya, the wife of Radoslav Wojtaszek.
Yeah.
How funny, right?
Yes.
So he made first move d4, and how it progressed.
Yes, so g6, not a surprise because Piotr Brudowski is playing those kind of funky, I would say, openings, but they are not so bad, I believe, because I like to play very similar.
Yeah, it's like avoiding the main variation.
Yes, but
Variations. Also, the opponent is Radoslav Wojtaszek, one of the well-known chess player who is very well prepared in the openings. And also with this kind of setups, you know what to do.
yeah,
You
exactly.
don't have to remember the exact variations.
Yes, so this is the modern defense. However, at this point, Black can easily just transpose to the normal King's Indian, which is, yeah, normal opening. It's not so bad. Maybe not so often played on the highest level because it's a bit risky. I mean, those very top guys
It's
prefer...
very sharp sharp
Yes.
position. Not played often on the top level, but there is a lot of games in the base which are recently played.
Yes. So after knight c3, instead of knight f6 and going for the King's Indian, he chooses a very rare knight c6. I know that e5 is one of the normal moves here. This is the Averbach system. It's playable. I would suggest looking at the game by Karpov against Serwan from I don't know which year, but Black won that game, so it's not a bad line. But knight c6, this is very provocative because now, as it was played by Radosław, move d5 already hits the knight. And unlike in the normal King's Indian, when the pawn is already on e5, Black can go with the knight to e7 here.
Right.
It's a bit different. I guess Black wants to jump to d4. He's still not making this move, but knight to d4 seems to be an interesting choice. And yeah, if bishop e3, then c5.
Right.
So yeah, it's provocative, but I don't think it's wrong. I mean, it's interesting way to play and avoid all those theoretical lines, which certainly Radosław Wojtaszek is very familiar with. So let's see maybe what's going on the next board of the same match, because here is a bit unusual placement of Black's pieces, although it's still theory, but I don't think we see it very often. So it was Sicilian, but instead of going d4, which is a normal open Sicilian, White decided to play this move b3. And after b6, which is considered by theory as a normal move, bishop d3. This whole setup looks very unnatural, but there is a point like we are not actually blocking this bishop because it will go to
Yeah, what about bishop d3? Where is the final spot for this bishop?
Yeah,
Is
I
there
think
some
after e5 it can just go to e4.
just
if
like that?
allowed. Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, okay, maybe d3 is not the best square, but c4 or b5 weren't any better. So
Hmm.
through b7
Yes.
castles.
We have a comment here already on the FIDE, official FIDE YouTube channel, and they are asking who is the top seed players here. We have, as you can see on the screen, it's Wojtaszek, Radoslav Wojtaszek, top seed player. First number here, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda, yet not played. Any game, but I saw that he was today at the lunch, so he's
Yes,
here,
yes, he
and
is.
there's a chance that he's gonna play. We have David Navara. At the same, all these three players are playing at the same team. We have also a very famous Indian chess player, Hari Krishna, Pentala, and so on and so on. We have lots of
Yeah,
chess stars here.
yeah. So in this game, yeah, White actually didn't go for e5, but dropped the bishop back to f1. And yeah, maybe now d4 is the idea, and black played knight h6. So very funky setup, but yeah, the f6 move is designed to be against the bishop b2. So this is normal, and yeah, interesting
Yeah, I like
position.
this
Yeah,
bishop
it's,
d3 idea. It's kind of avoid knight f6 because if you come knight f6, then e5, bishop e4 might happen. And if you avoid, just like happened in the game, if you play f6, I will just continue my setup and play rook e1 and bishop f1. I like
mhm.
this idea.
Yeah, we can have a short look at the game Alexander Mishta against Kacper Piorun. These are also both very strong grandmasters. Both of them are very, very good at solving.
Hmm.
Kacper is a multiple world champion. Alexander, I think, hasn't won a world championship yet individually, but he was in the team, uh, for example, last year, who won a gold medal as a team. So they both calculate very, very well. But what they did in the opening is I don't expect many fireworks here because they played the Berlin.
Hmm.
Okay, here you don't have this typical Berlin endgame which arises after d4, but after rook e1, I believe these positions are very, very hard to win for both sides. Um, but it doesn't mean that they are not gonna be interesting because there's, for example, game Carlsen against Kramnik, who Carlsen won. So yeah, a
Yeah,
lot of
let's see
can
how
can
it
happen
will
later.
continue.
But at the moment, it's very solid,
Yes.
very very
Also,
solid.
this is the first word, and this is something that we might expect them to play very solid chess.
Yes. So let's have a look at some other games. If you have any requests, which games you are most interested in, or if you just find yeah, that something spectacular is going on, just let us know in the comments, and we will be very happy to answer it.
Right.
So maybe let's see the game against, I mean, between Krzysztof Jakubowski and Dariusz Mikrut. I think it's fifth board of the match. Um, what's the match?
You want okay.
Yes, yes, the name
Okay,
of the.
okay.
I think it's Racibórz against Dwie Wieże Kraków. Yeah, I think it's Silesia Racibórz against Dwie Wieże Kraków. And the reason why I picked up this game because it's the position looked to me very strange. So let's have
Mm-hmm.
a quick look what was going on here. I mean, this is the closed Sicilian, um, not an open one. So the idea is simple. Like white wants to just play this queen d2 or maybe f4 and just attack. But I usually don't see like white is combining it with the castle long. Usually it's like some knight e2,
Castle
castle
short.
short, and bishop h6 come anyway, and f4 and preparing some g4 and so on. It's anyways comes with the king on g1. But here we see something different. Like after knight e7, white just exchanged, and after knight d4 castled queenside. This is a very, I mean, double-edged decision. I mean,
Right.
because okay, Black's king might not be, might not feel so safe without the bishop on g7, but how about this guy? I mean, Black can go
Hmm.
b5, b4, queen a5.
It just
This,
happened in
yeah,
the game B5.
yes. So this may be very entertaining, despite being the fifth board, not the first one. But yeah, these players uh, came, for a big fight today. Certainly, I mean, they are.
Yeah, and what is also very important, uh, all the boards we have international masters or grandmasters, so there are fights on every board, and we cannot say who is a favorite in the matches. This is really, really hard to say. And this also, yesterday's game, David Navara, the rating favorite, uh, lost his game with international master. And
Arkadiusz Leniart.
yes,
Yeah.
this kind of games and examples shows us that chess is a game of two players, and they can we cannot say what's gonna be. We can predict, but not for sure.
Yes, and that's beautiful about it, because if we
Hmm.
could predict with really good chance to predict, then there will be no fun to follow it. But
Yes.
this way, it's well, a lot of unexpected thing can happen and a lot of excitement coming up. So, what other games can we have a look at? Let me see. What are the
Yeah, before you find the next game, I want to introduce our sponsors. This is Cola, Vasco, Zoic, and Mokate, as well as FIDE is um, in cooperation with Polish Extraleague. So we have great supporters here, and everyone can feel this support. And what is also very important, this morning there was a kids event. It was
yes.
Extraleague for kids, and they really enjoyed to have free soft drinks. I think they mostly enjoyed this chance.
Yeah. So the game I've looked at, it's Pentala Hari Krishna against Bartłomiej Heberla.
Hmm.
This certainly is the match we would like to have a look at. And they, okay, so far played this very, very modern way of handling the queen's
Hmm.
gambit declined. I mean,
Right.
so a6.
It's something unusual but for modern jazz, uh, we might say that it's very tricky and very
Yes,
useful, this kind of moves.
yes. However, um, this is the move actually which was played more than 100 years ago,
Hmm.
and because I had a game against Bartłomiej Heberla a few months ago, and here I took on d5, but instead of bishop f4, I went queen b3, and after
You wanted to
c6,
grab this pawn right away.
yes, after c6 I just played e4,
Hmm.
and after d takes e4, bishop c4, and
Oh.
this was really, really crazy. I got winning position, but then I lost, as it happens. But we've been following for quite some time the game which was played 100 years ago. So so even though it looks like a very modern way, and I say it's very modern because it became very popular recently, the move was tried, let's say, was tried 100 years ago. Then everybody believed like, well, that's not the way to play. You
Mm.
need to develop some pieces. So there are so many ways to play in chess that sometimes we say modern about things which were actually played many, many years ago, but were forgotten or just thought to be bad. But they came back to the fashion. So the idea of this move a6 is that we don't play knight f6 so that white cannot pin us with bishop g5,
Right.
and we also don't play bishop e7 because in case of bishop f4, well, even if the bishop stands on e7, black usually wants to play bishop d6 in
To
one move.
trade this
Yes.
bishop on f4.
Yes. So black is just arguing that a6 is gonna be a useful move at one point, because one of the plans in the Carlsbad structure for white is the minority attack, which is b4, a4, b5, to
Right.
break the structure. So a6 is kind of
Useful move
useful move
because
in the
we know if we leave this pawn on a7, then we're gonna have two weaknesses on a7 and c6, and that is a6 is very important move
yeah.
not to forget.
Yes, and this all sounds very abstract, but we just wanted to show you uh, the way such moves can be explained, and how those players are playing. Yeah. So knight f6, e3, and bishop d6, as I expected. Uh, Black wants to just trade the bishops, and white decided that white doesn't want to trade and goes bishop g5, e- even losing a tempo. Yeah, because as I said, if the knight was on f6 earlier, then bishop g5 would come in one move. So this is the current position, and white is thinking, and yeah, I'm curious what he's gonna do, because there are like few plans for white. I mean, he can just castle and play for this minority attack. But here I don't feel it will be so great because black got some extra moves.
Yes.
Uh, the other plan is to play just f3 and e4, as Botvinnik played. I mean, he found this plan in a famous game against Keres. So this is the second
It
idea.
was a killing idea to uh, control the center and then own all this king side and making threats on the king side.
Yeah, and the third plan, which I really like, maybe objectively it's not as great. I mean, okay, not great. I mean, as white you can play different things, and maybe there is no advantage, but still it's very, you know, interesting to try. There is queen c2 and castle long, and then
Yes.
just push the pawns on the other side of the board,
On
like h3,
H.
g4.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, so this is what I like to play, but we'll see which plan he will choose, because he takes a bit of time at this point. It's not like he doesn't know what can be played here, but he
There are
just considers.
too many ideas here, too many different kind of structures, positions. So he might need some time um, to feel which position he wants to play.
Yes. So I'm
So
very
many questions are
curious.
coming about Duda. People want to see young Christoph Duda here. We also want to see him playing, and yet we don't know if he's gonna play any game or not. Only thing we know that he is here with his team, and also we know that soon he will play World Cup in Khanty-Mansi. Yes.
Okay. Mm, okay, so maybe let's see the next board of the same match, and this is the match between Baszta Żnin and Polonia Wrocław. So on the next board, there is also a grandmaster fight with white Andrzej Maksimienko and Mateusz Bartel as black. So they played some Queen's Indian and g3, bishop b7. There is also bishop a6, but yeah, this is quite a classical way. However, the
Somehow
next
Bishop
move,
B7 became more popular lately. It was like 2 years ago, everyone was playing Bishop A6, and it was huge, like very long variation. But recently, I've seen a lot of games with Bishop B7.
I think it was maybe because of the match between Stockfish and Alpha Zero. Like
Yes,
Alpha Zero as white was beating Stockfish in that line. So, yeah.
yes. The games like played and good ideas shows us that maybe we need to change this.
Yeah.
Especially computers shows us, right?
Yes, so we are still learning. But the next move by Black is not so typical. Let's just see. And the move G6. We all tell the kids don't mix E6 and G6. Well, you weaken your dark squares. But then some strong grandmasters are doing this. So what can we tell to the kids? Why are they doing it?
Mhm.
Yeah. So I believe like the position is very closed, so we don't feel like white can uh, take advantage of those weaknesses.
Yes.
So
Also, there is the fact that some of the main lines are analyzed so deeply that chess players just want to find different setups, different ideas, maybe something unknown, maybe risk a little bit to weaken some constructor, but guarantee that they will fight.
yes. So castles, bishop g7, b3. Well, this is this is interesting. a5 move. Well, I guess black wants to play knight a6, but he wants this extra, protection. So white is not going to prepare a3 b4 easily. Maybe black can think of a4 at some point. And knight c3, knight e4. So very interesting position, and and it feels like the bishop on g7 is quite well placed. So the idea, the whole idea to play
Mm?
g6 is not a bad one.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the current position on the board. Yeah. Okay. So let's find some exciting
But it's very hard to
games.
find any excitement right
Okay.
now in the games. Maybe we can just uh, start from the beginning and follow the games before something happens.
Yeah,
Something what we
because that's
expect,
the
right?
yeah. Because for now there is the opening stage. Well, but let's see. Uh,
We can speak about the standings.
yes, because they are not very. I mean, they are quite unusual, because yeah, like there are four very good teams at the moment,
Showing
and
the maximum results of the winning, but the difference between them is who won the match with more
higher
scores.
score. Yeah.
Yes. So here we have Polonia Wrocław having maximum points. It's 12 points, and the rest of three teams they have 11 and half points. So this is Silesia Racibórz,
Yeah, Silesia Racibórz.
still, still on Gorzów and Hetman Katowice.
Yes. So these are four teams who won all the three matches so
How many
far.
teams are going out from Extraleague?
I think two.
Two. So final two teams will be out from Extraleague for the next year. So for some teams here, the main goal might be to stay in the highest team competition of Poland.
Yes, and what's funny on this standings, like there are four teams who lost all the three matches so far. Of
Mm.
course, it's quite early to speak about the total standings. There are three rounds, but it shows that yeah, those four teams, mm, okay, they need to fight, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because the time is running out and they need to score points.
Right.
Mm. All right. So let's see maybe the game of Julia Antolak against Jolanta Zawadzka, because we haven't been covering any women's games, and
Mm-hmm.
Julia Antolak is playing pretty oh,
Interesting
yeah,
chess.
yeah, surely interesting, very dynamic,
Mm-hmm.
and regardless of the result, I'm sure there will be a big fight. So let's see. from the beginning. So they played some Sicilian. I think yesterday it was hard to find some Sicilian,
Yes, we would mention that.
but today there are some of them. While on the
Day of
first round, yeah,
Sicilian.
there was almost every game there was some Sicilian. So yeah, I don't remember the name of this Sicilian because I always mix the names of those Sicilians with E6, whether it's Paulsen or
Hmm.
some, I don't know, Pelikan.
Lots of variety, right?
Yeah, yeah, because there is a difference how it's called with with the move A6 or not.
Hmm.
I mean,
I
some
mean,
Taiman of
there
Sicilian.
is a big thanks to you uh, for the history of the move E6.
Oh, I'm glad that I could make someone happy. Okay, so Queen C7, yes, and now F4, very sharp line, A6, Bishop E3. So this is all the theory. Um, I don't know much about this line, but yeah, but I'm sure this is just a theory. And as usual, white castles on the queen side in those open Sicilians.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, I think
yeah,
most of the Sicilians have the common ideas. White castles on the long, black castles on the short side,
yes,
and then we see the pawn march and
yeah,
attack. That's what makes this opening so interesting and also dangerous too. And
yeah.
we have lots of resulted games, less draws, and for
Yeah,
some
and
players, this
the
is.
games are quite messy. I
Hmm.
mean, like it's not like as in the Carlsbad structure, like we are just playing for some plans and just maneuvering the pieces around here. The structure is very flexible, so uh, black can play at some point d6, and that's kind of like Scheveningen structure. Black can play for d5, and then we can end up in a French defense
Hmm.
kind of structure. There are also many other things, like after d5, maybe I can take on d5, then it's totally different structure. But for now, black played useful move rook c8, bishop d3, knight f6, and white goes e5. For the time being, black left her king in the center, which okay, which is normal for those type of positions, but this makes those type of positions exciting because there could be some, tactics. There could, you know, yeah, it's not like very safe play. So uh, one wrong move and yeah, a lot of things can happen. So
Yes.
so after e5, black played knight into d5.
Both players are very interesting. They played already very nice games. We can suggest you to recommend you to check out the game first round for of Antolak Julia. She played very nicely
Yes.
in Sicilian, full of ideas. And we can also say the same about Zavazka. She played also Sicilian game and she played amazingly. But this one was in round two.
Yeah. So now they are fighting each other, both
It's so
yeah,
interesting, right?
exciting
Yes.
players. And Julia played pretty fast. She didn't want to change the knight on d5. She just moved her knight to e4, a very nice square, eyeing the d6 square, which is weak. Um, well, it is yeah, it's going to be exciting game. This is my feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's see maybe um, into the game of
We have very interesting position in Navarra, Skavinsky.
yes, we've been
We
looking
can
a
go
little bit at
back
this,
to there.
and we can try to cover. Yeah, so this is the position. So yeah, so the position has changed a lot since we've looked at last time, because we left this position. I mean, this game at this point, where we said like Black played this f6, the knight is on
Hmm.
h6, but of course the knight will retreat maybe to f7.
Do you think so?
Okay, later I know it didn't, but it could, but it could. So white played d4 now, just to blast open the center, fight for some space. Castles c4, and now f5. So this way, black is just fighting for the
For the
central
center,
squares. Yeah.
maybe knight wants to come on f5 more actively. For me, I was thinking, I was looking about d5 move, but then when I see f5, I was like, yeah, that's way much better, helping the knight to come to the game. Also, not blocking the b7 bishop, and on the other hand, not making the weakness on e6 square.
Yeah. So knight c3 and bishop b4. Um, yeah, just pinning this knight, and maybe actually black wants to take it, and because the e4 pawn,
Hmm.
yeah, is hanging. So yeah, I believe like black has some pressure already.
Hmm.
It looks like black doesn't have so much weaknesses, and uh, I really like this bishop.
Yes,
This
both
this is
bishops.
very nice. Yeah, both bishops are very good, and the knight on h6. Well, it looked funny some moves ago, but now it's just like
Hmm.
perfectly placed. It can just recapture on f5, or sometimes it can jump to g4 with some queen h4. It could be really tricky.
Yes. According to Clock, David Nawara spent some time, not much. He probably remembers one of the games. Actually, what I noticed after his interviews, he has such a good memory. He doesn't not only remember the position, but he remembers who played exactly where and which year. So he has huge base in his memory. This is amazing that he remembers everything, and that's why for him it's very easy to combine lots of ideas in many positions.
Hmm. So let's maybe have a short look at Wojtaszek's game.
Hmm.
Mm, and after d5, we expected Piotr Brodowski to come with his knight to d4, and he did
So
this.
it happened.
Yeah, and after bishop e3, I said about c5, which certainly is a possibility, but he chose to play e5. And after knight e2, he just took and played knight e7,
Hmm.
just preparing the move f5 and castle short, with some kind of king's Indian, but not a
The knights
proper.
are
Yeah, yes,
changed.
the knights are changed, and is that good for white or black?
Yeah, there was. I was thinking about this, but I couldn't. I didn't come up with an answer so fast. So let's see how it will continue, and we might know in the end of the game.
I mean, like normally black has less space, so the
Yes.
side with a less space really like to change at least one
Yes.
pair of minor
Yeah,
pieces.
for me, it's
But
like simplify the position. This kind of knight d4 jumps always simplifies, it doesn't make any difficulties for white because these kind of positions are quite sharp.
yes, yes. But yes, of course, this is a little bit different position than the normal King's Indian, because still black wants to play f5, but white hasn't castled short, and yes, and I think it's yes, as chess is a very concrete game. Radosław already played the move c5 after knight e7, because I think if he castles short, then f5 now or one move later, black would get really a nice compensation. I mean, not, maybe not compensation, just a counterplay. Um, but after c5, well, things are a bit different. White started his play on the queen side first,
Mhm.
and this makes it much more tricky. Yeah, already. The c5 came in just one move. Usually, white needs to prepare this with
Yes.
b4, or just rerouting the
Maybe rookie
knight.
b1, b4, and then
Yes.
The c5.
But c5
It's
comes
not even coming
immediately.
so fast. Sometimes White even have to sacrifice this one
Yes. So yeah, this is the way to
with
play.
all the comfort, without much thinking.
Okay. Mm. So let's maybe have a look at the game. Bluebaum Miranda. This is the second board of the match. Wieża Pęgów and Stilon Gorzów.
Hmm.
Because Miranda played very rare opening at the Grandmaster level because he played the Budapest Gambit.
Yes.
It's very rare and it's thought to be not so great, but well, maybe also it's not so bad.
Very useful for the rapids and blitz
Yeah.
to play this because usually White has to remember correctly how to get remain the advantage, and on the other hand, there is very dangerous attack here. I have seen a5 rook, a6 rook comes on h6. It's not
Yes.
so easy to play in rapid games or blitz games when you don't have much time. But here we have standard time control.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it is
Yes, yes.
unusual.
But I think Wojciech Moranda likes to surprise his opponent, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. So knight c6, a normal move. Black will certainly regain the pawn, but for the moment, White still keeps it. So
Hmm.
Black needs to do something. So first check and developing the bishop, so that queen e7 does not block the bishop on f8, and well, that's one more piece to attack the e5 square. So after e3, just Black just regains the pawn. And we can see also on the clock that Moranda is playing like instantly, while Bluebaum certainly was surprised. And after
Yeah, of
bishop
course.
into d6, it feels like White had a better way to continue, because I don't think this looks so dangerous for Black. Like
Mm.
it looks like Black is like equalized.
Yeah.
So maybe this
In
Budapest.
the end of the analysis of this game, I will just tell you my opinion about the game. Just let's quickly go down, and
Okay,
I'll
okay,
tell you.
okay. A5, knight b3, a4.
Hmm.
So this knight was a bit misplaced. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe I would put it to f3, but then further exchanges may come. So, but this knight on
maybe it
b3
comes
looks.
some d4 in the center.
Yeah, he played a3 first, so he was actually relying on the fact that the bishop doesn't have good squares here.
Hmm.
So he's this way. So this way he's like winning the bishop pair, but the bishop c3, a
Bishop
very interesting
c3.
move.
That's cool.
Yeah. So if bc, then ab. Okay, White can win a pawn, but these are not looking good.
Yes.
So Black will just castle, play b6, bishop e6, with full compensation. So after bishop c3, queen c2, and then Black took on b2, took on b3. I guess White can recapture. However, he played.
Do you know what is very interesting? Ah, okay, he played
Yes, he played
c5.
c5.
Otherwise, if he could took on b3, then this is the same position, but
Yes,
white
but
is not
without the
even
pawn.
having a c
Yes,
pawn.
yes, yes. So it's exactly. But sometimes it's better not to have those
Mm.
double pawns.
Mm.
But of course, I'm generalizing. But yeah, because this can be easily covered by the rook, but while with the c3 pawn, well, it can be lost. But
Mm.
okay. Here the idea was, yeah, different, just to play c5 with
Very
the
good
pawn like
idea.
you cannot take because this
Yes,
one is
and
hanging.
having
So
double two bishops on the board, it's always good to open more files.
yes. However, now after c5, this b3 pawn is just still alive,
Hmm.
and Wojciech played his move rather quickly. I mean, he just played bishop e6, and
He
he
plays
didn't spend
very,
any.
very, very
Yeah.
fast. He has right now on the clock just starting time. 1 hour and 30 minutes is our time control for 40 moves. After 40 moves, players are having increment 30 minutes. And of course, we have 30 seconds increment from the first move till the end.
Yeah.
It's interesting if I pawn is not hanging.
I think it is, but then just black with castle, and
B3 is
I
quite
mean,
strong, yeah.
black hasn't lost a pawn because he was pawn up, so I just regained a pawn. While this, yeah, indeed, this pawn I think is stronger. It's strong first of all, and secondly, black is about to play some rook a5.
Yeah, to avoid this position, having the pawn on c5, here white took first on d6. Maybe he is going to take now on e5.
Yeah,
Because he
maybe.
takes d6 is only move, though
Yes.
he's still thinking.
No, he's not thinking. He's
Ah, he's
away
not.
from the
Oh,
board.
okay, okay, he's away. That's why.
Yeah,
That's why.
sometimes if we don't see the video, then we could think, oh, maybe he's thinking.
Yes, but
But
now
now
we can see
yeah, we
you.
see what he's doing.
Out.
So he just came, and I guess he will just recapture very quickly. I mean, but he's taking a few seconds just to make sure not
But
to
I'm
make
really
a blunder.
suspicious about this position. Pawn is a pawn, and maybe p3 pawn will fall to you.
So you mean like, yeah, it was played. C takes D, C takes D. You mean like now bishop e5, yes, and here. But now once the c pawn is gone, well, the queen is eyeing the pawn on
Yeah,
a3 also. So
but can it be like a4 here?
yeah, could be. But I believe like whatever white does, I mean, white is just
Even bishop c4 to trade more piece.
yes, but I believe like black is not worse. I mean, maybe white keeps the balance, but you know, you can take it like this, but I don't know.
So you mean that the b3 pawn compensates the material here?
Yes, yes. But maybe yes, there's some other move like just rook e8. Because b3 pawn, if it's lost, then I will certainly take at least the a3 pawn. So, but I guess it's equal. I guess it's equal. So
Yeah, my thoughts about this game. Before we go to the other,
yeah,
let's go back on the first move.
on the first,
Yes.
very first move.
Yes.
Okay.
So we saw all this position, right? So he played d4. Opponent played knight f6, and his thoughts, white thoughts here is, but I could go for knight f3 at the beginning.
Yeah, if you ever forget how to play against the Budapest, or
Just go for knight f3,
yeah,
avoid this
yes.
gambit, and you're gonna play just quiet chess.
Yeah, but it has also its downsides. I mean, it all depends what you play
You
against.
you can't go to
For example,
Nimsa
yeah, if you like
anymore.
this, if you play knight f3 in this position,
Yes.
then certainly going d4.
It's
Knight
very
f3 in
easy
the second, so
to play this knight f3 if you know that your opponent might play. There's a very
yes,
small chance to
yes.
play e5. You can go to this, but generally you cannot avoid this kind of moves. You
Yes.
can't always play knight f3 because to avoid Budapest.
I mean, you can. I mean, you can always play like London, and so this
Mm.
is what I did till I was 2100 player. I mean, since my, throughout my childhood, I was playing.
I had
the London.
these thoughts in my own game. We played. I don't remember exactly where, but then I was not very satisfied with a very equal position, and all the game I was thinking like, Katie, you could play knight f3. Second move, first move, any move. So that's what I remembered when I saw this e5 on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's so rare that usually, okay, you know what to play against this, but then once this happens, you often forget.
Yes.
I mean, this is it's not like you have never seen this, but you always forget when it comes.
Yes.
So
What
rare.
about this position over here? We have very interesting pawn structure in the game Juba
And
against Kanarek.
yes, I will just quickly mention that uh, the game between Mishta and Piorun, uh, we see the video of those players. It's a very heavyweight battle, like
Hmm.
no fireworks. They know each other. That you
Yes, I
know.
have seen this
Yes.
kind of games a lot, and
Yeah.
lots of draws also
Yes, and I
here.
do expect a draw here, but okay, let's see. Maybe it will develop later. So Juba against Kanarek, and this is the third board of yeah of the same match, and yes, they played some Nimzo, and this is the line I play myself as
Yeah,
white.
classical line.
Yeah, but this with knight e2
Knight e2,
because
yes.
like 10 years
Usually
ago,
there is
yeah,
bishop d3, knight
yes,
e2, and lots of variations. But knight e2 has also some ideas, mainly not giving up this knight, not giving a chance the opponent to play against double pawn on c3. So that's
yes,
is an idea.
yeah. I was looking for a way to meet the Nimzo like
Mhm.
10 years ago, and I found
Did you
this.
found?
Yes, I found that I can play knight e3 knight e2 like against any setup.
Hmm.
If black goes b6, c5, d5, I just go knight e2 against all of them, so it's easy to remember.
Hmm.
Maybe it does not give any advantage, but yeah, it's just a
At least
playable
you
way.
remember.
Yes, yeah, I'm not worse, yeah. So, and I also like to develop a system for white with a d4 c4. Like, don't play knight f3. I just like to try to put the knight on the on other squares.
Hmm.
So I'm thinking about the book actually on that.
Really?
Yes, for white.
Interesting.
I already started, and I think I like 10% is done.
Okay.
So maybe it will come. Yeah. So the whole repertoire d4 c4 very sharp, and okay, knight f3 sometimes has to come, but
Yes.
if I can, I will not play knight e2. Okay, so this is a very classical way to play now. A3 bishop d6, and I remember for white there is a move knight g3 here. This is very popular, but c5 is the other move. So white wins a tempo on the bishop. But black is arguing that even though, well, he lost the tempo with his bishop, those this pawn expansion on the queen side is it's actually weakening, overextending. So okay, white goes b4, but black goes b6. Okay, white has to develop, so knight f4 and a5. So black is just fighting these pawns. Bishop b2 had to be played, otherwise after ab, no, this rook will be hanging, so it has to be protected. And now just c6. So yeah, black is arguing that he will break the center, maybe with some knight d7, e5, also some bishop a6. So
Yeah,
objectively,
otherwise,
this is
if
equal.
black didn't play in the center, then it's going to be very hard. After some move, if white take control over the center, white has so much space. And also, there's a problem of this bishop here stuck on c8.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see some other games. Yeah, let's see David Navarra game. Uh, we have left it just at this point, but there's only one more move, but the structure is changing because White decided that he can no longer stand the pressure on the e4 pawn, so he played e5, gaining some space. However, well, this space is not felt because
Mhm.
these squares are not so important. Meanwhile, this bishop is getting really well, nice play, the whole diagonal, the big diagonal, and now f4. So this little pawn is attacking
Interesting.
unit, and I think like these
Yes.
moves may come.
Yes.
Mm,
It's like window for knight. Knight should
yes,
come on f5. On the other hand, itself this f pawn makes some threats with
yes,
f3, weaken the
f3.
king. I like this idea.
Yes, and I'm afraid the white position is really getting very dangerous.
Mm.
He really needs to do something. I mean, at this point, like black is attacking, and I don't see any counterplay. So yeah. So let's see what others.
You can see the game Mastro Vasilis and Piesik, Piotr.
Yeah, we've been looking at a lot of Piotr Piesik's games.
Yes.
He really also has those exciting games.
Mm-hmm.
Like you remember, his king from G8 went all the way to
Yes.
G2 and
Yeah,
was
I asked him how you get this king on G2. Of course, it was just joke question, and he said like all the light squares from the light squares. Like it's so simple. I was even thinking to get to play King G1, but it was not possible. It was not good.
maybe because G1 is not a light square.
Light square, yes.
Okay, so yeah, the Sicilian and the Sicilian Najdorf. Yeah, the Najdorf. Um, yeah, that's very well known and yeah, so theoretical. Okay, so h3, bishop e6, f4. So this is well, from the classical point of view, the d pawn looks like terrible,
Mhm.
but black has some counterplay on the e4 pawn.
Yes.
So all in all, it's just everything is just
Yes.
playable and
Black was not forced to take this f4 pawn, but in case of taking on f4, they gain in return this e5 very nice square for the knight, and I'm sure
yes,
next moves can be
yes,
knight c6 or d7
and
and knight
now knight
e5.
e5. So
Yes.
this is what we see. So black has some disadvantage. Certainly, the d pawn is not
Mm-hmm.
the the greatest, but yeah, he has something in return. So after g4, rook c8, king b1. Again, very typical Sicilian. White is pushing all those pawns. Like here, black may think
Yeah, we
about
may
these
expect
guys.
here b5 move.
Yeah, this is so something interesting may happen.
And also
Uh,
very typical for Sicilian to have king on e8. Not to castle too fast because first of all you are losing in tempo for the
yes,
castle, and second it may be more dangerous on g8 than on e8.
yes. So while talking about the Sicilians, let's switch again to the Julia Antolak's game against Jolanta Zawadzka.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, so that was the position we have left this game, and yeah, black keeps the king in the middle, like we've been talking about those ideas, and starts to push her pawns on the queen side immediately, like b4, ab, and knight b4. So black is playing without the rook on h8, king in the middle, but it's not easy for white to do something. And this is so annoying. I mean, this knight on b4 is so annoying.
Yeah.
Like, it may take on d3, but also, well, there are some, maybe, okay, knight a2, it would be just one check, but c2 is hanging. Also some queen a5, this
Yeah,
king
it's really
is a little
annoying.
bit
Mm-hmm.
weak. I mean, like, after queen a5, you cannot play king b1 because a2 is under knight's attack. I mean, if there was no knight, then king b1 would be just a normal move. So all in all, we see like it's getting a bit dangerous. I mean, if black could just move the rook from h8 to let's say b8, then black would be just totally winning.
Right.
Yeah, but with this rook on h8, king in the middle, well, well, it's interesting. We will keep an eye on this, but my feeling is like uh, Black has some initiative. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And in Sicilian, it's most important who who starts and who gains something with the attack first. It really matters. Very interesting game is happening in the game of Buksa Osmalik Julia. They are from the same country, from Ukraine, and they have to play here in Poland.
Yes, so this is the match between Racibórz and Silesia Racibórz and Dwie Wieże Kraków. Okay, so maybe also let's look from the beginning bit because it's only 11 moves. So yet another Sicilian, but well, not d4, not an open Sicilian. I guess some Sveshnikov could arise after this. So c3, the all-up in Sicilian, very slow, slow play, but it
Very
doesn't mean
popular
to.
lately,
Yes,
though.
yes. So e5, knight d5. This is all very standard. I think also c4 is sometimes played, but d6 also, ed, queen d6, castles, g6. And now a4. a4, of course, to push this knight back, also getting some squares here. So after a6, a5, knight d5, d4, and the position on the board. Well, this a pawn could turn into a weakness, but at the moment, well, this is kind of hanging, and black still hasn't castled, hasn't even played uh, bishop to g7.
Yes.
So some lead in development for white, and could be dangerous. Also, this if we can get the knight to c4 with the tempo. Also, b6 square is weak. Well, I see it might not be so easy.
Now, if black takes on d4 and
As she did,
trades
she already
some,
did.
she
Yeah.
did it.
Yes.
Knight d4 is
I,
coming
I
for
guess
sure.
guess white will take with the knight. She takes a little bit of time, but knight takes d4.
She's thinking what she's thinking about. Take with a
Maybe she
pawn
just
or some intermediate move. Is there something?
maybe knight a3 she thinks of,
Knight d4.
or she took, yeah.
Yes.
Knight a3, the pawn on a5 was hanging, so
Yes.
it wasn't really a move, but yeah. But she took a bit time just to make sure, like, well, we could miss something simple. So always, if you have like 1 hour, why not to spend some seconds?
Yes, bishop g7 was played very fast here with from Natalia. Definitely not taking on d4 because after queen takes d4, the
Yeah.
rook is hanging and knight is hanging, and black is forced to play knight f6 here, which
But yeah,
might be a problem.
yeah, because white could just take, and this endgame is just much better. So of course she did not take on d4. She just played bishop g7, developing move. If she manages to castle, everything is all right. And yeah, the idea is after knight c6, bc, even though these pawns are split, once the pawn went to a5, well, black may have some little play on the b file, and what's more important, the d5 knight is solid.
Yes.
Yes.
I can say very impressive dress by Julia here. Something also very unusual for a chess game, right?
Yeah.
So, write us, guys, what you think about her dress. So, do you like it or not? I like it.
Okay. Mm, so let's see. Okay, let's see how Robert Kempinski plays against Jacek Tomczak, because I think they are playing one of my favorite openings, and which is not so common nowadays. This is the so-called Benko Gambit, named after I think Hungarian player
Yes.
who has just passed away a few days ago.
Hmm.
He was 91 years old, if I'm not
Yes, yes,
mistaken,
yes.
one of the oldest grandmasters. He also composed many uh, tactical, exercises
Yes,
And
chess world was very sad about this loss, and we saw lots of pictures shared on social media after this happened.
yes, and so this is the
Blumenfeld
no, this is the Benko
is a
gambit.
banker.
Yes, the Blumenfeld
Is with
is
e6.
yes. If
Mm.
you go knight f3, let's say, and now
If you
let's say
avoid e5 here,
yes, like c5, d5, let's say e6
6,
for
c4, and b5. This is the
yes.
Blumenfeld.
This is the Blumenfeld. Yes. So if someone wants to play the Benko, I think it's a good idea to include some Blumenfeld
Yeah,
as
because
well.
it can transpose
Yes.
this
However, myself, I'm
Benoni
playing
kind of
b5
positions.
here. This is
You
more,
like it?
yes, yes. I think it's not so bad.
Mhm.
Although I played this only twice in my life, but I made a draw against Grandmaster Romanishin as black in with this system. So I have a good memories. Meanwhile, with the Benko Gambit, I think I played this entire childhood just. And after c takes b, a6, b takes a6, the the modern setup for black is really delayed the bishop takes
Mhm.
a6. I mean, okay, g6 for one move. This was also played in the
Yes,
past, but
I,
now,
I like here
they were taking.
in this position. I like to play b6 to push this pawn, not allow just little back on the move.
Yes.
Yes,
So
here instead of taking a6, b6 to have this pawn on a6, not to have a file open, and different ideas here, mainly the same piece setups, and still black is trying here to give this pawn. They want to give the pawn and have
yes,
more space
White is
here.
just arguing that he doesn't want the extra pawn because the a file open is really so
It doesn't
important.
really count.
Yeah, yes. So after b takes a6, g6, knight c3, bishop g7 was played. But to explain why the bishop g7 was played, mm, because previously bishop takes a6, e4, bishop takes f1, king takes f1, let's say d6, knight f3, bishop g7, g3. This is the typical way to castle by hand. Knight d7, king g2.
Artificial
Yes,
castle.
after castles. So in this position, yeah, this position was played many times, but only in 2012, White really came up with a good setup.
Mhm.
White found the move a4, after which Black seems to have hard time to equalize. I mean, I played this in some correspondence chess, and I managed to make a draw, but
You
uh,
play correspondence
yes,
chess.
but that wouldn't be fun to play over the board. So this is very hard endgame for black, because white's plan is very simple, like queen e2 or queen c2, bring the knight to b5, put the bishop d2 and c3, and mm, well, it's hard to show the compensation for the pawn. So because of all this, mm, black found a completely new way of development. I mean, this is nice that, despite of the fact that uh, the theory moved so far, we still find new
New
ideas.
ideas.
Like this feels like a new opening, uh, new fresh air into this entire system of the Benko Gambit. So black does not take on a6 and does not even play d6 early. Just goes after e4. I think queen a5 would have been a move. So here, White decided to play g3, kind of transposing to some other setups. So now Black switches back to the normal lines. But here it's interesting. Black took with the rook, not with the bishop, and it's
This is
interesting.
not often happening,
Yes,
right?
but I get his point that he first the bishop operates very well on a6
Mhm.
once the e pawn is moved forward. Here the bishop is actually not doing much. So he takes with the
It's
rook.
also using the fact that bishop white, bishop from f1 is gone from this diagonal. There's not much threats here for rook either. So
Yes.
yes, I like this move.
Yes, so he wanted to provoke the move e4. He can even lose some time and bring the bishop to a6 later. But he just decided, yeah, to play bishop b7, knight e3, and queen a8. You see also this rook which went to a6 allows black to have the a8 square for the queen. So, yes. Now black tries to put some pressure on the d5 pawn. However, it's very well covered. So queen d2 and rook c8. So I really like this kind of positions. They are quite complex, but I like this kind of battle.
Hmm. Very
And
interesting position is happening in the game of Plat Tomchak.
okay, so we'll have just a
Tomchak, this
quick.
not this Tomchak. This is
Yeah,
Tomchak
they're not even a
Jacek.
family. Yeah.
Ah, and this is Tomchak Mikolai.
Yes.
I meant.
Yes. So let's find their games.
He can be Tomchak the first. Tomchak Nikolai can be Tomchak the second.
Yes, and Tomczak Mikołaj is a very dangerous player because he has already 3 grandmaster norms, but he still, needs some
His
points
rating
to.
is 2,432. He
Yeah,
has,
so still some way
yes,
to
about
2,500. Yeah.
60, 70 points Elo rating. His current title is FIDE Mastery.
Yeah, but he should be international master. I think he
Yeah,
just
I
he
think he
just
did
didn't.
not care about that.
Yes, he just wanted to become a grandmaster,
Yes.
but even though he's quite close, it's still, it's still some time. Yeah, it's not
Mm.
not so
You
easy.
know it all, right?
Yeah, I know it well. Okay, so they played some English opening. It looks like a symmetrical, but now black played this d5, and after cd, knight d5, castles, knight c6. Well, now queen b3. So white is yeah, attacking the d5 pawn, but I'm not all that sure if the queen b3 is the best move here because black plays knight c7. Now comparing this to some other line, I will just quickly show you. Okay, after g3, there is the move d5, cd, knight d5, bishop g2. Knight was forced to go to c7. So I believe this is the normal line. While here, somehow, after knight f3, d5, it feels like black got a bit better version of the same line. That's why here, personally, I would go e4.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that's a
To
bit
avoid
different
d5.
topic, but also e3 is possible. But after knight f3, this is what I feel like black got very, very nice setup that if he goes knight c7, that's normal, but he doesn't have to. And for castles, white goes knight e4. And it's very concrete move because white attacks the c pawn, which is easily defended. And now the question is, what this knight on e4 is doing? I mean, if there is no good follow-up, white just put the knight on e4 and yeah, b6 was useful anyways, so
Mm-hmm.
what's there? So he went h4. So it's very provocative play on his side because he
It's
doesn't
it's
keep
very
the
funny that we still have this video of Tomchak.
yes.
Tomchak the first,
Yeah.
and he's just watching to us.
Yeah. So we need Tomczak Mikołaj, not Tomczak Jacek. Yeah, because white doesn't have a good control in the center, like d4 pawn is not there. I mean, black has very good control in the center. He has the pawn on c5. White doesn't have any pawn on the fourth rank in the center. Yet still, he decided to make such very provocative attacking moves. So after h4, um, I don't see like this is really so dangerous. I mean, if you had the rook on h1, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
but then where would you put the king? I mean, like black setup is so healthy. Like you should play more positionally, not attack on the flank. So h4, bishop e6, queen a4, queen d7, all very natural. Black setup is very harmonious. And after knight fg5, Well, knight d4. And, and there are already some issues, like if you take on d7, well, here is the check.
Intermediate check on e2,
Yes.
winning a pawn.
And then just
Very
recapture.
important one, and probably
Yeah.
having a winning position already here.
Yeah. So
White is
queen.
forced to play queen d1.
Yes, white is forced, but then he loses more and more time. And now black can choose whether to put the bishop to d5 or maybe find something else. I mean, this does not look good for white. I mean, although I
Absolutely
know
not.
Grandmaster Platt is very tricky guy. I mean, if you allow him into the to play into the end game where you are in a time trouble,
Hmm.
then no matter what's the evaluation, it's very hard to play against him. But here, so at the moment, well, Mikołaj still has 1 hour, so yeah, I feel like bishop d5 and then just push those knights back. Well, and the pawns, well,
Gain more
yeah,
space.
yes, this is really great for black.
We can actually go back to the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek and Brodowski.
Okay. Okay, so the position we have left it was after c5, and black decided to take it. But I don't know if I like this decision. Because after taking, white just took castles, b6, bishop a3. Okay, I don't have the pawn on c5, but he got very nice diagonal here. The c pawn could be a weakness, meanwhile the d pawn is very strong. With this bishop on a3, it's really hard to imagine black will go for f5.
Mhm.
So after bishop b7, knight b5, immediately,
There's a
you know,
thread knight c7, queen
yes,
takes c7, and
yeah, and
d6. Very, very juicy point, pawn on e7. That would bring a huge
yes,
advantage
and
to
he
white.
played bishop h6, which, well, if we speak just about the
It allows knight
position, then
f7.
maybe it's a useful move, stopping some rook c1. But
What about
indeed,
knight
yes,
7?
yes. But he maybe he forgot, and we see
Oh,
Radoslav thinking here. Maybe he's just making sure.
oh,
Yeah, because if knight c7 works, then black is already much worse. I'm afraid. Yeah. So.
that's very interesting. Maybe he has something in his mind.
Yeah, but knight c7 looks very good. I mean, if queen takes c7, d6, well, wherever you go with the queen, let's say c6, you may want to take on e4,
With
but
some
d takes
amazing
e
trade.
is with a tempo. So I think white is not even losing the pawn on here.
Uh-huh.
So yeah. So this is something to be considered, but basically all these squares are, very weak and the d pawn is very strong. Yeah, so
I think this is the position what white would always dream to have.
yes, this is not the typical King's Indian anymore. Yeah, this is
Hmm.
not it. Yeah, so yeah, let's see. Let's see some other games. I
Lots
just
of Sicilians I
yes,
see.
lots of yeah, and just quickly we'll show how Jacek Tomczak handled the position because it felt like at this point his pieces are stuck. They are almost all of them are eyeing the d pawn. The queen is also eyeing here, but white is defending this pawn. He may think about also rook d1. So it's all about the battle of the on the square. So
D5.
yes, so black played e6. Yeah.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, and
You have to
especially
make a decision now.
yes, and especially like this bishop is looking at
Hmm.
this rook. I mean, it might not be so easy. It might not be so easy.
What is
So
happening here after d takes e6?
yeah, it's I don't know. I have no idea
Probably
because
f takes e6.
but can we also consider taking? I mean, this is
I don't
dangerous.
like intermediate. Yes.
But let's say, yeah, here, and then knight g2. Okay, then we can play knight e4, but maybe that's a very good exchange sack because well, there are too many threats. Like this is also hanging. So
Bishop e2.
yeah, like bishop b2, it's yeah actually already over. And there was no way to put the king to better square because king f8, then there is a check.
Yeah. My
So
idea here was to take on e6 with a pawn
pawn,
and
then
take,
this,
and in case of d6,
and
knight jumps on d5. No, 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 the other knight
the
jumps,
other.
open this the file,
Yeah,
and
for the queen.
c3 knight is hanging too.
Yes, yes. And if the queen moves to e5,
Then the
then
other
the other
knight can
knight
go.
goes wherever. Like
Yes.
this is, yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, so d6 is taboo. Meanwhile, this knight e4 or maybe knight d5 are threats. Although white can play then bishop b2 and somehow maybe he consolidates. Then maybe d5.
Yes, this center is
This is
so strong. Just pushing these pawns are coming, and there are some threats like d4 here, fork, and this is so unpleasant.
yeah. So
I have a suggestion to see the game Varakomsky Tomasz Simacek Pavel.
okay. So this
The
is
rook,
it.
how the rook got on a7?
I'm sure the bishop took. The bishop.
Bishop took,
Yeah,
right?
we can quickly have a look because that's the very typical Italian
Mm-hmm.
game. Very slow opening, but very rich. Recently, the top players have switched from the Rui Lopez to Italian more, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
because they, even though okay, it's very hard to find advantage as white, they all feel like mm, playing this Italian is so rich in ideas, so complex battle that they continue to play this. And okay, like went a6 just to have the retreat square for the bishop to a7, and also he may consider playing knight a5, catching the bishop on b3, and there
Mm-hmm.
is no bishop b5 check. So a3, bishop a7, a4. This is very well known. h6, b4, and this is the modern setup. Black usually goes for the attack uh, with the move g5. So black does not castle, and
Instead, started to push a pawn
yes,
on g file and gaining some counterplay on the king side.
yes, and I think this is yeah, very getting very popular in latest years because in other lines maybe black is fine, but it's not easy to play for the win as
Mm-hmm.
black. Meanwhile here, yeah, it is. So white goes bishop e3, not being afraid to trade this way because the rook is getting open and these pawns are actually not so
Yeah.
bad.
No, although
Especially
they are
once,
controlling the center.
yes,
All the squares in the center are controlled with these two pawns, d4, d5, f4, f5. So these pawns are not weakness at all.
yes. So here black played g4 just to open the g file and okay, take on a7. Now the rook takes on a7, so this is the way
How it
the
got it.
rook yes end up here. And now if black gets more time, I guess he will play some rook g8 and try to generate more play against white's king, but white tries to open the center somehow. Like white cannot just stay passive. and queen f6 and b5. White has to open the game. So here is the position we are looking at currently, and it's getting very complex because black may have a potential on the king side, but white really is doing a good job not making black's life simple.
Mm-hmm. Right. We have one result already, but I don't really understand how it ended. We have first game finished for the round four. Bluebaum Matthias to Moranda. Um, it it says that white won here.
But maybe it's a draw, and they just put the king on the.
If we have a video here, we might take a look.
Yeah, I guess the
The
players are not there,
replacement
but
of the
yes.
kings, maybe they are in the center. This is the in the match. Wieża Pego?
Penguf.
Huh?
Penguf.
Pengo.
Penguf.
Pengo. I swear it's Pengo. It's written Pengo, but it's you, you read some extra letters. It's not
No,
written.
but they are written here. It's P, Ão, so P, Ão, G, U, V.
Ew.
Pão.
Meow.
Penguf.
This is something like meow letter. So it's like for one you have two letters, and style Stilon Gorshov.
Gorzów.
Gorshov. So if we see this with camera, we may see the kings together in the center, or I don't
Just-
know. We
just
have
the
here
white.
result that white lost the game and or black
Yeah.
lost the game, and this is
This is the
really
position we have left
quiz.
earlier, but it was exactly bishop takes e5, d takes e. So this is what we expected, but we looked at some queen takes e5. Meanwhile, white played bishop d1 just to take on b3, and I think that's fair to say it's gonna
Draw
be
is more
just a
logical
draw. I mean,
result in here.
so I don't think.
The
I
final
like
move
more.
was bishop
Yeah, it was
c4.
bishop c4, and it's a typical way to offer a draw. Like you play a move when your opponent has the only move, like rook e1, and then you offer a draw. So well, he has to decide now. I mean, he cannot play just only move, but he has to also decide whether to take a draw or
That's
not.
interesting.
That's the way I use draw offers.
Ah, okay.
When I
It's
just-
your style.
Yeah. When I just, for example, capture, he has to recapture, but I offer a draw. So then, okay, he has the only move. So normally he would just recapture, but he has also to think about this draw offer.
Hold on, we have one more move. The moves are adding magically here. We have rookie one or not? No, we don't have.
No, this is the
This is-
move
okay, it's your-
I did. Yeah, that's the only move to play.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Not hinted, like uh,
Tip?
idea.
No,
Yeah,
I
tip.
like a tip. Yeah, yeah. You need to be a bit tricky over the chessboard. I mean, it's not only that you play.
I don't
the
even
good
remember
moves,
last
but-
time when I offered draw.
But you also need to, prepare against your opponent, and not only just to find a good, setup like objectively, but also you need to think, oh, he doesn't like to defend, so maybe let's go for equal position, but where he has to defend, and then he will collapse. Yeah, this is like a psychological
yes.
play.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So
1 hour and 30 minutes passed. I think we can take first break for now. The games are getting interesting in the next 10-15 minutes, and we can come to live very, very shortly.
are back with our special guest, the first guest of today, Grandmaster Wojciech Moranda.
Thank you for the invitation. Hello, everyone.
So Wojciech made a draw against Grandmaster Bluebaum, and this is the first result in today's match. So yeah, take us through your game and show the insights, because we have been looking at your game live. We saw you played not very popular openings, so give us the insights. What was the idea behind this? How long did you prepare? What he missed and so on.
Well, I think this all happened because of respect for my opponent. Well, Matthias is a definitely world-class player. He has already collected scalps of like the strongest grandmasters in the world, including Visvanet and Adant, among others. So already, even by looking at these games, you get a lot of respect, I would say, right? So I was spending my evening yesterday like skimming through his games, and all the things that I play, he played he tended to play it better, I would say, right? So basically, what I decided for an offbeat opening. I saw he had a very good score in the Budapest Gambit, but at the same time he played a line that I knew that was considered, like although it was considered widely as a very strong as a very strong line for white, I knew that there were some fine points out there that I could possibly try to make use of. So basically, the game progressed like this. Here we have the Budapest Gambit. Obviously, white takes on e5. There's no other choice. Knight g4. Bishop f4. Bishop f4 is the obvious main line. And now after knight c6, there's this intermediate check, knight bd2. And black, although black tends to recover this pawn, right? So what can we say? The structure doesn't really favor black, I would say. Sure, we get this pawn back. At the same time, white enjoys a very swift development out here. He's going to be
So here you think white is slightly better, like in general.
slightly better, but the devil's in the details.
Yes,
Right?
that's right.
So basically, what I cooked up at home was, I mean, at home yesterday in my hotel room, right? Is castle and a5 out here. Well, it doesn't look like anything. I mean, it actually violates a few basic principles of
I
chess.
mean, a5 is a usual move in the Budapest, but usually with rook a6 and rook somewhere. But that's not the case here.
Provided the sixth rank is open, right? But
Yes.
the sixth rank is actually quite closed, I would say,
Yes,
due
yes.
to my.
But you just played d6 one move ago. Yeah,
Well, I do have a specific idea in mind. Obviously, there's a plethora of moves available out here. We could speak about knight e4. This tends to be the main line, right? We could think also about including this a3 move, where taking d2 isn't really advisable in my opinion, although this is favorable from the structural perspective. When you look at this pawn, keeping an eye blocking those two a3 and b2 pawns altogether. But when we take into consideration that white tends to get all sorts of c4, c5 tricks out here, well, it's not so rosy anymore, I would say, for black. So what I prepared is actually I mean, is a little trick out here. Maybe
You expected knight b3, yes?
not. I mean, I was prepared for just about everything.
Okay.
So against, let's make. I mean, I can reveal this because I'm never gonna do it again.
Okay, that's the secret.
The idea of d6 and a5 of this inclusion before castling, right? This is the violation of the basic principle I mentioned. I'm not castling yet. I have my king basically still stuck in the center. So what I would do, I would basically come back to c5. I will try to preserve this bishop, right? This is not the best of bishops, but it's better to have one than not to have it. I would
Okay.
in general. Right?
Okay.
This is basically my approach. And there is this really funny trick. In many lines, when white does go after the bishop with a tempo, there is this idea of playing knight g6, and sure,
Okay.
it's not just my bishop, but I get his as well.
Yeah.
So this is fun. This is fun. This
Okay.
is what I aim for. Well, Matthias, he tried as far as I remember what he said from the postmortem, he tried to recollect some lines, and he even saw that after a3 we have this really funny trick,
Yes,
like
yes, bishop c3.
bishop
Amazing.
c3, quite a picturesque thing in my opinion. It's also quite deep, and not that I'm bragging about my own play. It's simply that when you think about it, what is even black up to? If I allowed something like this, if I took on b3, he would have taken on b4, and what has emerged? I'm gonna drop this pawn on b3, and actually this pawn wave of white b4 c4 is actually quite useful when you think about it. Well, so what I needed to do? Well, this was obviously cooked up at home, bishop c3. take with the queen, but what is coming? Knight d7. The knight is rerouted via d7 to c5. It's going to be an excellent blockader, by the way. And the position, although he's a pawn up, his pawn structure is shattered, right? So if it's shattered and I get such a blockader, so it's still closed.
So you
which
don't
means
want to even regain it, because I was looking, maybe you want to play some b6, bishop e6, but yeah, but this is even stronger. Yeah.
this is gonna come. This is gonna come.
Okay.
It's like a long-term plan that is gonna be that I'm gonna apply. Step by step, I would say. But what I need to do first of all, establish a blockade. Then I'm gonna, depending on the circumstances, then I'm gonna either castle and go after the a3 pawn, or if he goes a4, I mean, like at a certain point of time, then I'm gonna gang up. Then I'm gonna gang up on this pawn on a4 immediately.
Yeah.
Bishop d7. Welcome to blockade
And
world.
this bishop on f4 is a spectator, because all the pawns are on the dark squares, especially the
Yes,
c7,
yes.
d6. It's
Like the modern tendency is like, oh yeah, who has bishop pair rules, right? But and also what is the reason for that? Because computers tend to convince us that like whenever you get to, like a bishop pair, oh, this is 0.30 for white. Yeah, I'm gonna play this, but there are some positions in which this is not the case. This is one
and
of
the
them.
engine does not understand it that well.
Engines do not understand many things, I would
Yeah.
say, right? So basically, this was my plan. And Matthias, he played in a splendid fashion. He got surprised, but nonetheless, he reacted in the best possible manner. He played Queen C2, and after after 8 takes B3, he refrained from taking back because obviously
Because it's the same, but
a pawn down.
yeah,
Well,
pawn down.
I wouldn't.
Although it's still not so clear. I mean, because now his bishop has more squares.
Well, it's clear to the extent that I'm happy.
Yeah.
But it's as long as he has no c4, c5, trying to hit my pawn chain, trying to hit this crucial pawn on d6. Well, nothing is gonna emerge out of this for white, right? But what he did, he played c5, which is an excellent move. He's not only a very strong, theoretician, but he's also very dynamically, he understands like everything what needs to be done. He has a fine feeling for the balance between statics and dynamics. This is what made me, choose such an opening for today. I even apologized to my dear opponent for that. so basically, c5, if he was able to hit d6, create a backward pawn, and then nonetheless recapture on the b3, well,
then the bishop pair will count.
He would be cruising. He would be cruising. So what I need to do, I need to stick to that pawn as much as I can, right? At the same time, trying to bail out. What to do? I mean, if I were allowed to castle, this would be brilliant. The main line, because we are still in my analysis, I would say.
Okay.
The main line, the main line goes like this: Bishop b5. Oh, this is probably just a transposition. And after Queen e5, I wanted to play h5. What's the deal? Well, I need to contribute somehow to connecting those rooks along the rank. If I would be able to do that, well, that would be really cool because I could evacuate the king towards towards h7 maybe, or I could even try to include the rook via the 6th rank. So basically, in general terms, statically speaking, white is obviously better, right? Because when you look at the pawn structure, he has a better. His pawn structure is better, right? It's more sound and more healthy, as to put it, But basically, when you look at this from the dynamic perspective, well, white is struggling because my b3 pawn is a menace. Right?
And a3 is also under pressure. It's not hanging at the moment.
Yeah,
but it could, sometimes you need to spend some time.
I mean, a3 is pennies, but like collecting pennies is also pleasant from time to time, I would say. So here it would have been, wasn't it, for the fact that my opponent, first of all, he did not go for this position. He had no trust in this, and it's no wonder. I mean, definitely, if you're armed with a computer like a Silicon Monster, you can analyze this endlessly and say, okay, state after 40 moves, yes, it's gonna be a draw. But if you're playing an OTB game and clock is ticking, it's different.
Yes, and especially you're making your moves really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, especially I saw the first many moves. You were still like 1 hour 30 minutes, and he was like 1 hour already. So 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if you have your theory, with you, then
but
basically
puts him under the pressure. Like you are showing him.
Certainly.
Yeah, I know this position from home still.
Certainly. Well, this was the first new move to me. Well, it's definitely the first new move. Well, there is always this hope, with any that when your opponent, deviates from your home prep, then basically this must be wrong. Well, in my opinion, this is not. This is okay. because it aims to eliminate the basic problem of White's position, namely the far advanced b3 pawn, right? So I took my time. I spent like 20 minutes trying to establish whether this pawn was really a goner. Well, it is. Well, it is. I played because of this. I played bishop c4 and I offered a draw. And my opponent decided to
Did
throw
you
in.
think about this? Like, let's offer a draw at the point when he has a only move. Like, is it that kind of trick you use?
Well,
But,
we both agreed in the postmortem that, the best line was something like queen e6, right? Rook b1 is forced, castle, bishop b3 were actually quite agreeable as regards even the fact that black is like minus 0.10 up, in this position, but this is certainly nothing. White is not even forced to take. He can come back with this bishop a3. Maybe optically speaking, is a bit weaker than the b5 pawn, as b5 is supported. At the same time, whenever you try to pull off something like this, you're going to be always countered by queen b4, and you definitely do not want to see this a3 pawn going all the way to b4 from a3,
it's still
right?
equal.
Yeah, sure. I mean, equalish. I could still try to push, but objectively speaking, zero chances for a win.
You have
right?
shown kind of respect to the grandmaster. Like you believe like against weaker players, you would just certainly continue, and here you just believe like there's not much going on.
Well, common sense. Let's
and
put
a
it
draw
like
is
this.
not a bad result.
No, not at all. I mean, our
as black.
team. Well, if we have, can we have a look, maybe?
Yeah, we can. If you want to,
Okay.
sure.
Well, board one. Okay, we have some kind of Berlin, the dreaded Berlin.
Very drawish. I mean, but
Drawish. I mean, not specifically this position. I would say,
however,
huh?
yes. Now there are some developments. Yes.
Oh, yeah, but to whose benefit? That's the point.
Yes, yes. I'm afraid black is getting some initiative here, yeah, with this pawn already on f5 and white's knight on f1. If the knight was on e5, well,
yeah, you're absolutely right, and also, like the queen on h3 is so stranded. It reminds me, of Bradley Cooper from Hangover 3.
Is that
like
the time is right? Yeah, like 19 minutes only for
Could be.
Alexander.
Could be.
So this also makes.
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
verify it
difference.
in just about a second. Obviously, this is not to my liking. Well,
yes,
because my teammate is basically having this time management issues because of that. Okay, personally, I do not like it because it is quite evident, that black is making progress out here, right? If somebody's making any progress on this king side, it's definitely black. Nothing is happening on this wing. Yeah, okay, this is not the greatest of positions out of the Berlin as white that I have seen in my life.
Yes.
Okay, let's make it board 3.
There was some Nimzo Indian, the line which probably does not give any advantage. Yeah, but interesting play. Yes.
Well, but the odds are strategically speaking stacked in white's favor, I would say, because after so many possible pawn exchanges, like on b4, c5, and so on, it is black who ends up with a backward pawn on c6.
Yeah, I mean, he has to go for some e5, but that might be not so easy.
e5, well, e5 is kind of dangerous. You kind of think twice before you execute this e5 push because of the presence of this bishop on b2. But you're absolutely right. Well, what is going to be the case? If I were white, I would be playing something like rook fc1. I would be basically,
would you think about f4 as well at some point?
Oh,
maybe it's not necessary, but would you consider it?
Well, I'm a huge enemy, I would say, of weak squares. If you decided to push this pawn to f4, there is this weak square on e4 arising. Well, if I do not have to create any weakness of any such, I'm not gonna do that, definitely. Well, I would prefer to pursue some kind of slowly on the queen side. Maybe my opponent is gonna crumble. Maybe he's gonna self-destruct. No, if not, then he deserves the draw, right? This is how it works. Yeah. This is interesting. Well, this is not a position that you tend to get every day out of this love. This specific material relationship, right? I mean, like 2 knights against 2 bishops. Obviously, the computers are screaming that at this moment that that how big of an advantage does black have. In reality, I think it should end in a draw at the end of the day. Why is it so
open? yeah, the game.
Definitely, because the bishops enjoy open positions, right? And the position, as we can see, is still closed, right? Knights operate better in closed positions. At the same time, there are no inroads, I would say,
Yeah,
to the black camp at the moment. If e5 was available for some reason, I would have changed my mind. But this knight on d3, if I think about it, I do not see, with the eyes of my imagination, so to speak, I do not see a way, for this knight to be transferred anywhere,
yeah, but
like
even
deep
if
into
you
the
put
camp.
it like to a8, then bishop d8 just covers everything. So
Well, I remember this looking at this position, and it's not that easy when you think about it, right? I mean, again, like two bishop, everybody sees like two bishops, so the first impression nowadays is like, yeah, it's gonna be cool. But at the same time, how is Black supposed to make any progress? I was even thinking, like having in mind this basic rule that when you have like a bishop pair, and this is by the way a classical bishop pair, like against two knights, then what you tend to do, you tend to open up the position. So I was thinking, okay, this is gonna sound crazy, right? But I was thinking about even playing something like e5, sacrificing this little dude, on d5. But the point is that at least my bishops get some kind of a breathing space. You know what this is? I'm not in a position, I would say, to state whether this improved or actually worsened Black's position. But there are some fine tricks if you look at this. Taking out here, so taking with the knight is like the first thing that comes to mind. But then you have like Queen c7, dum
yeah,
da
double,
dum. Like this is very
double
nice.
attack.
This is very nice. Taking like this, obviously taking with the pawn doesn't really work. But taking with the queen, what about taking with the queen? What about a6 or bishop e5? Bishop e5, a6, bishop e5. I mean, like, okay, pawn down, but at least I get some vigor, as Black, I would say. Well, this is just a loose idea, I would say. Something that sprang to my
It's
mind the
also a
moment.
bit risky. Like, okay, you can be pushing, but then maybe White will defend everything, and it's I mean,
Sure.
very responsible
Sure.
decision.
Sure, quite an interesting in my opinion. Although I would be kind of stressed if I saw this as White coming. Because if White plays like this, he's interested in a calm game, right? And if you suddenly get confronted with e5, you get some second thoughts actually about the viability of your chosen strategy. Okay, the last game, right? Okay, it already ended in. Oh no! We have like board 5.
Yes.
Board 5. Draw.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I think Black was really pushing. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Bishop G4 was the best move. Like if you see the position after 14 moves, like after Queen D1, because knight D4, Queen D1 had to be played. Maybe Bishop D5 instead of Bishop G4. I don't know. Like it feels like Black is just much better. I mean, White has a normal position, but without like 10 tempis.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean,
H6, F5.
what I need to say first of all, I'm not going to be revealing such a big secret. I mean, Wojtek is my teammate, whereas Mikołaj is my student. So I always approach those games with mixed feelings because you tend to want your student to succeed. Basically, Mikołaj already has scored like 3 GM norms basically, and I'm a happy trainer because of that. But at the same time, you also understand that this is a team competition, and basically it's the points that count. So first of all, when I saw the chosen line, I was like, okay, Mikołaj, be careful, kind of. Those were my thoughts because those lines, they are not as innocuous as they look. I would say.
Yes. But once White doesn't have a follow-up, Black plays easier.
Absolutely.
Like more space,
If I were able somehow magically transfer this queen to h4, I would be enjoying myself very much. But by playing knight e4, you actually denied this queen of the access route along the 4th rank, right? So the first of all, and then on top of that, h4 has been played.
Yes, and I feel like you cannot attack on the king side while you don't have the squares in the center. It felt
Exactly
really
so.
Exactly not so healthy.
Well, about this position, I'm not used to criticizing my teammates, so I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay.
Okay, last one. This was particularly interesting. I mean, I actually saw the moment that Joanna accepted a draw. Offered the draw, and Karina did not hesitate for too long before she gradually accepted. Well, this type of a position, okay, it looks very drawish. But when you think about it, you understand that the b4 pawn is not as weak as it looks. The b3 pawn may be subjected to some kind of strange attacks with the rook coming from maybe, along the 8th rank to a3 one day. d8 is covered, which is a nice addition, I would say. Kind of dominates this knight on f3 in a light version, I would say, because the knight can move via d to c4 and so on. But what's the trick? If you definitely need to care about this pawn because this threat of bringing the rook to a3 is imminent, or maybe to a2. Right, but if you put your knight to d2 immediately, this is what Karina claimed. I mean, or Joanna, I don't remember anymore. But they basically spoke about this position. What I would have played rook d8 just to stir up things a little bit, just to create some problems,
King
right?
f1 is like the only move.
Right, right. Well, the point is that after rook d3,
Let's say king e2.
king e2, rook c3. Well, the point is that the knight is immobilized, at least for a slight moment, right? A very short moment. If you want to entangle as white, you need to play something like rook b1. I mean, in the sense that you want to move this knight somewhere away. But then after rook c2, I change plans. I mean, the c3 outpost for the bishop is something that I crave for, right? So, okay, king d3, rook a2. I'm not saying that this is a winning advantage. I'm saying that it's definitely white who is sweating out here,
Yeah.
right? So I was kind of surprised. I need to tell you that that Joanna accepted the draw, offered the draw, and I was not surprised that Karina accepted it. In other words, yeah, that's all, folks.
Okay. Yeah. So it was very interesting to listen to your insights, grandmaster insights, and about your game, the Budapest Gambit. Well, I haven't seen such ideas in this opening.
Me
So
neither.
and your opponent was also surprised. So we all learn new things. So we thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you good luck for the next games and for the team as
Thank you
well.
very much. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
welcome back at Polish Extraleague. This is fourth round and already 2 hours and 15 minutes past. We have 5 games or 6 games finished with draws. As yesterday, like same scenario
Yeah.
happened. We have some games which they agreed draw and some games which they played draw. So we are now looking forward for time problems.
Yeah, but especially
And
the game we've been looking with Wojciech, his game against Bluebone. Maybe the game was not so long, but yeah, the insights
all of
were
the
very
ideas.
inspiring, and
It
it's
is always like this when a chess player is coming here at the studio and shares his thoughts. Sometimes even the analysis, then it's a really different story. Like behind every game, what we're analyzing or what you're looking, there is whole story and very interesting
yes,
story
like what he
sometimes.
prepared, what he
Yes.
expected, what was like the psychological background, to
Yes.
choosing a risky opening,
Hmm.
and yeah. So he revealed Wojciech revealed some secrets of his home analysis with us. So
Yes, we always appreciate when players are coming after their round and giving us commentaries. This is a real huge thing for chess, for development of chess, and for the kids who are watching and who wants to be grandmasters.
yeah. So we've been looking at it before, and also with Wojciech a little bit. But yeah, this is really getting very interesting and very sharp, because at the beginning they played this very solid Berlin.
Hmm.
It looked like drawish, and we kind of said, oh, we expect this heavyweight battle, maybe a draw.
Yeah,
But
but
no,
ever
that's
since
somehow
Kasper played a5 move,
yes,
I felt like it's gonna
yes.
be a long game and very exciting game, and so it's happening.
Yes, so FG, knight g5, this was played on the board, and well, with this queen on h3, well, white decided to give up the bishop pair, and we are in this position when black has broken his structure a little bit, but he is playing for the dynamics, yeah, for the bishop pair. So, especially taking into account that Alexander has only 14 minutes on his clock against 52, then yeah, then it's getting very tricky, and we'll see the developments. So we will be certainly keeping an eye on this game.
Definitely. A very
Uh,
interesting game happening. Wojtaszek Brodowski, of course, he's one of the main reason why viewers are following this broadcast because he is well-known chess player. I'm talking about Wojtaszek, and he's top sit here with his 2,739. And do you know who's the number two?
I think Jan Krzysztof Duda or Hari Krishna or Navarro.
Hare Krishna is
Okay.
second, and the rating is 2,738. Vaitajak has 39, and Hare Krishna has 38. So we have 1 point different here. Yes, I think it is worth to mention when we're talking about Wojtaszek first seed player to mention also Hare Krishna because he's just a point less by the rating.
Okay. So
I was a bit disappointed to see that he did not take the pawn c7. So
so maybe we can
disappointed.
get back to the position you're referring to, because our viewers will not see what
Yeah,
we
but
meant.
after
So this is
bishop
the position we have
h6,
left.
yes, we suggested
It's
Radoslav to take on c7, but he cannot hear us, so we
Yeah.
really don't suggest
Yes,
that
certainly
he,
white is better here, but maybe what he did was also very strong.
what he
Also,
did. Yeah.
also d6 could have been considered. I mean, this is really strong and yeah, very dangerous. So, but he played queen c2, as he
Mhm.
couldn't play rook c1 because this is yeah
Yeah,
covered.
controlled.
Yeah, so queen c2. well, this is a soft spot. So queen c2,
Yes.
maybe this is not so bad. And after c5, dc, black cannot take with the bishop because of bishop e7, and
Right,
yeah,
and
this
losing a
is lost
piece.
because that's not protected. So he took with the knight, and immediately we can see white can win the exchange. So, well, what he did was
But he did
also
not win. He
because
did not
no,
take.
he first included just rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
He just traded the knights first, but then he took.
He
So
took.
I think he was just precise, just to
Hmm.
change the pair of knights first. So now he will sit on this guy. And, still not easy to convert. I mean, because well, this bishop is very strong.
Yes.
Yes, just this
Yes.
is of course what is better, but
He made decision to play this position more material, but there is a bishop, right? It's
yeah,
exchange and it's always tricky.
yeah. So let's see what like did further. Queen h4, of course,
Mm-hmm.
attacking the e4 pawn, and they are exchanging. So of course, white is much better, but there are a lot of technical difficulties. Like if we, let's say, swap these pawns on the A and B files, then well, that wouldn't be easy to win rook
Mm-hmm.
against the bishop, yeah. But still, there are those pawns, and I believe like Radosław is winning, but it will take some time. Of course, he is just improving the position. Uh, yeah, so he doesn't need to rush.
Right.
Doesn't need to rush,
There's not
but
any
there's
single pawn for
yeah,
the
there are
exchange,
a
and
few
this is
more moves.
clearly advantage for
Yes,
white.
g8, bishop takes h3, hg, king takes g6. I mean, but some pawns are getting exchanged,
Mm-hmm.
and that's getting harder to convert. But all in all, and this must be, much better. So we will be looking at this game, and what else? We've been looking also at the game. Like
Let's check out the game of Navarra.
yeah, this is what I meant, because that's the same match,
Uh-huh.
and so that's the board nearby Radek. So we have left the game at this point, saying that yeah, now black has really fantastic play here, and yeah, queen went not to g5 to h4, also nice square with some knight g4 possibilities. Well,
Mm-hmm.
not easy. So white felt obliged to play f3, covering g4, also blocking the bishop. But knight g4 came anyways. See? Wow. Knight g4 came anyways. As after fg, I guess. What do we do? F3 or bishop takes g2?
That's too
What?
much.
F3 maybe, yeah. Because if you take,
Rook
f2
comes.
is a threat, queen g4 is a threat, and if you take, I take with bishop.
I would
And
take
if
with
you,
a rook maybe, and
no,
queen g4 is coming.
but this is also
Queen
like,
g4, yes.
I mean, how do you stop queen g4 here?
Mm-hmm.
Also good, yeah. Maybe rook also, I mean, because also it's not easy to stop. So maybe rook f3 or bishop f3. So he played h3, but this creates more holes in his position, and knight e3 comes with the spin still there. I mean, knight e3. Well, white wouldn't even consider taking on c3. Well, c3 is hanging. So queen e2, rook c8, queen f2. White would love to exchange queens. That would be, but that would ease his defense. But of course, black didn't want to, and yeah, there is such a big pressure that he decided to go knight b5.
Sacrifice this exchange on e1.
Yes, and
But take control over this dark squares
yes,
marked on d6.
yes, and it's so amazing that there's such a big strategical fight on those dark squares that black played bishop c5
Mm-hmm.
and didn't want to take even the exchange. So this is the current position.
Yes. Why not bishop takes c5? because
And
e5 is
then
hanging later.
yes,
And
just rook takes and bishop takes, rook takes. So he just made a useful move. And
but I believe
this is-
bishop takes d4, knight takes d4, and queen e5 is it's the next moves.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
that's
Let's see.
possible.
This will get I think more wild, but before that we might have another interview here. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We have at the studio Grandmaster Martin Tasberg with us, and we're gonna discuss about your game at the beginning, and then we can follow some
All
other
right.
questions.
It's a pity
and
you
games.
didn't. Okay, it's a pity you didn't invite me on the first round because it was quite good. This one is not very tempting to watch, but okay, let's just talk about it a little bit. I was preparing that line for sure because I have already played Mikhail Simantsev the same opening with bishop before Ragozin style. Queen a4. I was expecting knight c6, e3. Of course, is a theory, but now I think I've played. I was preparing also against queen c2, of course, the other openings as well. But probably rook e8 is now just the best move, and I didn't do it, actually. I played a6. I thought it's the
Rook
same.
e8, you mean?
Yeah.
What is the idea behind rook e8?
The idea is to go to f8 if a3 occurs. After rook e8, where is mouse? Okay, may I do it? All right,
Sure.
cool. So after a3, I can either take or just jump on f8. Because, or to d6 as well. Because this whole thing is after c5, I have this place on f8.
Right.
That's the difference. And now I will play e5 for sure. So,
yes, it is on time to play e5.
yeah, so that's why rook e8 is probably more accurate. But I have chosen a6. You know, some silly things came to my mind. That there is something like cd, d bishop b5 a threat, but of course it's not true. Let's put it in a very nice way. But so after a3, if I go to d6, then my opponent can play
c5 maybe.
yeah,
and
c5 exactly. And then after bishop e7, just to play b4. And now I have to play e5 one time, but now I'm not prepared. So, or maybe now I can play e5, but then b5 can come, and it's very annoying position. To be honest, I didn't like it. That's why I've played bishop e7 immediately. Where is the mouse? So starting from this position and queen c2, which is a regular plan in that position, rook e8, just to prepare some e5, bishop d3. So I was waiting for a bishop to move to take on c4.
Yeah.
I've already played a game against Alexei Shirov once in a Czech Republic, and it was actually a draw, but it was I should have been crushed because I was waiting, and it turned out he didn't move this bishop, and I was just, you know, I should have been killed there.
But how he castled?
He didn't.
did
He
not
played
castle.
g4, of course, just like Alexei plays. So, but luckily, I was lucky. And now h6, probably once more, it's also not accurate. Maybe bishop d6 with the idea, okay, I've lost a tempo, but now I'll play e5, d5, knight e7. And in the game, everything actually was nothing interesting, because after h6, where is it? Sorry. Rook d1, and now there is a threat on the d file. So after e5, there will always be a problem.
Right.
And white maybe now even want to play bishop c1 and then e4. That's why I have to make a decision what to do. And after bishop d6, e4, e5, there were some exchanges, bishop h6. So that's why h6 was probably not the best one. But I take the central pawn on e4, and actually the position is even. And now it's actually, if I want to play a little bit longer, I can play bishop e6. But to be honest, I think knight c4 that just makes this position totally equal.
Yes.
Maybe even I have some problems, but okay, I'll play bishop e6, f6, and I think it should be, you know, it should be a draw already.
Yeah,
and
it's different color of bishop, but you don't have any weakness in the position. Neither the opponent.
Maybe the king is a weakness, but still, it
will take a lot of time.
Yeah,
to
rook d4,
set up
rook
some-
h4, something like that. The attack on the king side is not so easy to be. And I play bishop e6, rook a d8 immediately. So everything will exchange. And due to the fact that my team plays quite well today, not like just yesterday when we almost drew a game against Wisła Mała, so we are set to be in favor, but still we were totally lucky yesterday. But today I think we'll win easily that match. Everybody stands quite well, so I think.
How many points so far your team has?
My team won all the games, all the matches. Yeah, 3.5 against Gliwice in the first round, where I really liked my game.
Tell us about this game. I'm so curious.
I was playing against Grandmaster Tomek Warakomski, and this was a Spanish opening, Rui Lopez, and actually I didn't remember how to react to his knight d7 in a regular position, and then I came up with with the idea of just putting all my pieces to the center, and then very nice, in my opinion, but not only mine, but also Mateusz Bartel told me it was very nice, so I'm really proud of myself. That I exchanged the bishop for a knight, and then I got a d5 square, and it was quite good game, I must tell you. Only once I have made a small mistake, but then I had to come up with some ideas. So
very interesting. I have to take a look.
Yeah,
at what
it's
you're
worth
talking
to do it.
about.
It's worth to do it. I must tell you.
Yes. So, what about your personal scores?
It's not the best. I won the first round. The second one I drew, but then in the third round it's a pity because I didn't stand very well after the opening. But then in some calculations, I think I've overcalculated my opponent, overplayed it a little bit, and then because of the time travels, which of course is my fault, which were of course my fault, I didn't manage to find the best way, and I lost totally equal positions. So I'm not very satisfied because okay, I'm very happy that my team is winning. That's the most important part. Of course, it's a team competition. That's why I know. But of course, it's not my personal best tournament ever. But I will do my best, of course, to play further some good games because
Yes.
not only the result is so important, but also the quality of the games. The first one was very cool, but then I don't know what happened actually, but I'm not very satisfied yet. So,
Yes, also when you're playing team competition and when your teammates see that you are in a good shape
Yeah.
and you can
Yeah,
play
confident,
for
yeah.
win, yeah, they also get some confidence in that.
Okay, and our freshman came to our team, Pentala Hare Krishna. So I think we should look at him, not at my games. It would be much easier, much more. It will be not so severe.
Tell us about how you spend time here. If you have some rituals as a team, if you hang out after the game,
Yes,
if you have
exactly.
some
We have
meetings.
a good team spirit. I must tell you, our captain Mateusz Bartel is really focused on it. We meet every day after the game, after the match, and we talk about our games. We complain, of course, about everything, which, as always, you have to do it. You have to, fight as a team. So I'm quite satisfied also with the conditions of the game, of a playing area. So I don't know. Personally, I cannot complain about anything. So
So far, you like everything. I wanted my next question was about the situation here at the hotel. In the playing hall, everything is together, and
everything is together.
and I
but
heard
it's
this is the first time when we had this kind of format, and it was
not
last
really.
year's
It used
divided.
to be, yeah, okay, but it used to be earlier. It had, that 9 games in a row I played when I was a youngster still, so about 10 years ago, I think. It was nine games in a row as well, round robin, and then they have changed it. The federation has changed it to 3 games, 3 weekends. So it was a little bit different, and it was not so easy to prepare against the players, because if you have more people in a team, it was in favor of you.
Yeah.
And here, actually, we know who will play almost 100%. Okay, even Vasco Katowice has so many players that you have to prepare against. If you play on the first boat, you have to prepare against Radek Wojtaszek, Jan Duda, and many other players.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
right. Who you think and your team thinks that is the main opponent in this competition?
I think Vasco will once more win. Actually, I think quite easily. Okay, they are not in their best shape. You can tell from the results. Sometimes they are lucky, sometimes they are not. But still, I think if they don't win this competition, that would be a great surprise for everybody. And actually, the thing goes for fighting for the silver and bronze medals. There are four more teams to do it. So,
Yes.
in my humble opinion, they are too strong. Be honest, you have to 700, 3 players of them: David Nawara, Radek Wojtaszek, Jan Krzysztof Duda. So, it's totally different level. To be honest, yeah.
But the matches what we are having, the games what we are having, it's not that easy. We have
Yes, of course.
fights every day.
Yeah, okay. Just as I told you, that they are not in their best shapes. For example, David Nawara lost yesterday, but he shouldn't have, because he was standing much better. Of course, he's also a human being, so he has to make some mistakes sometimes.
Sometimes, yes.
So
To make us feel better.
yeah,
Right?
a little bit. But of course, he doesn't like it, but still he does it. I also won once against David a few years ago, also in the Polish Extraleague, so he's beatable. Maybe let's take it in, because he's very ambitious, and he wants to fight till the end in every game, every single games. That's why, you know, he's not getting younger and younger. He's not a Benjamin Button. Okay, so he will, in my humble opinion, of course, he will lose some games just like in every tournament.
Okay, that's funny impression. Are you going today in the evening for the concert, which is just happening next to our house?
I
You don't have
I
idea.
don't have any clue actually. So I will probably stay
Maybe
in a
with-
room.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're not going out with your team?
No.
We're
I don't
so
think so.
professional, right? Maybe last day after
we
celebration.
do our best, you know, to play our best and to prepare ourselves. So
Yeah.
you know,
Also, there's responsibilities.
yes. We
If
are all
somebody saw
responsible.
you
Yeah.
outside or
Yes.
later, it may
No,
be-
but if you say to your team that you are going out, okay, it's a regular thing. We are also adults, so. But still, you have to know the barriers, yeah, to
Yeah.
the the boundaries. So.
Yes, that's
Okay,
right. Thank you very much.
Thank you
It
very
was
much.
so fun to have you.
Very.
And please come and analyze your best games with
Okay,
us.
when I play one, I will for sure come. Thank you very much.
Okay. See you guys soon.
We are back after a short break, and we will be covering for you the games as they are progressing towards some maybe time troubles. So we will be
We are
keeping
looking
an eye.
forward.
Yeah, we are looking at this. A lot of excitement.
Meanwhile, we had the interview. Wojtaszek Radoslav finished with a victory his game against Brotowski.
Yes, so it seems like it
This
was
is something that we expected.
Yes, but we expected that it will be a lot of work
Yeah.
as a lot of pawns were getting exchanged, like in this position. But maybe it's not because maybe I was just talking about the statics. Like if there are not so many pawns, it's easier to make a draw. But if there are less pawns, the king is really weak, and so he directly he wasn't playing like positionally here. He just went for the direct
Checkmate.
attack. Yeah. And this was dangerous. Like this pawn is very weak, so took check and little
Wow.
combination.
Rook takes f7, king takes f7, and
Yes.
rook h7.
Regaining the piece with the
And
pawn
now
up, and
opinion
this is
thinking and
yeah.
extra pawn.
Yes. So this is
Absolutely
just
winning.
yes. So
Hopeless
black
for
resigned
black.
after the rook takes f7. So yeah, nice win for Polish number one, Radosław Wojtaszek.
We can follow the second game of this same
Yeah.
team match.
Because we've been following that game a lot, as it was very
So the
interesting.
bishops changed and e5
Yes.
pawn was taken.
Yes, so this was the position. So white couldn't move the knight because this was hanging. So white was forced to take on c5 first. After taking knight d6, bishop a8. Oh, okay, knight on d6 looks nice, but well, it's just one knight, and after bishop e4, black just snatches a pawn, and pawn is a pawn, and yeah, this looks totally lost for white. I mean, black just needs to make few more moves. And
But we have some development here. I see the knight is gone from e3.
okay, yeah. So in this position, white decided that he has to get rid of this nasty knight on e3 and took on e3. But well, now he's exchanged down and yeah, it doesn't
Down to 1 minute. He has 12 more moves to go. He is not in a best conditions
Yeah,
right now.
I think after d5, white can try to play something like queen d4 and then get back with the knight, so it's not like black can win immediately, but it's of course winning like technically. So
Let's check another interesting game. Here we have Mr. Björn.
Okay.
So far in this match, 4 games finished with draw.
Okay, so a lot of
At first sign, I was like, maybe they're going to make draw these teams, but on the first board, we can see that there is huge fight.
yes. So this bishop pair is really dangerous. The position is getting open. The f pawn, which was a little bit weak, well, it pushes forward, so it's gonna be exchanged, making more weaknesses in white's camp. Still not easy to win because there are not so much material, but black is certainly pushing and not an easy thing.
Yeah. Another interesting game is happening in the game Simacek-Warakomski.
Yeah, let me find this game. Warakomski against. Yes, so here it is. Okay, so yeah, this is the game we've been following a little bit, so maybe we can get back for the moment, because this is the position we have left, and arguing that, yeah, black has nice potential to attack on the king side, but white, of course, plays dynamic and breaks in the center and on the queen side, so if 97 b6, oh, this is a nice move. Just to blast open the position.
Yeah,
so
very
CB
nice
is
move.
forced and queen b3. The pawn it's not a real sacrifice, as it will
Just
be.
ruin the pawn
Yeah,
structure.
it
This
will
is
be
very
regained
smart.
easily. But after knight g6, just take a pawn. And okay, black went all in with knight h4.
Wow, the rook is hanging on it.
yeah.
Full rook is hanging on
Yeah.
a7,
Yes.
but
Of course, if we take
it's a
then
mate.
mate thread, so
If queen takes a7, that
I
will be
guess-
very dangerous
I guess
for
black
white.
has at least a draw here. Maybe
No,
it's
queen
he's
f,
winning.
f7 and queen f3 and then rook g8. It's a win for sure.
No, but the rook g8 is also nice, as you cannot take it because that's mate. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I need the pawn on f3. So I would just include one more
Yeah,
piece
maybe.
into the
Yeah.
attack. But one way or the other, the rook was not to be taken. So white went knight bd2, but then black still just didn't want this rook on a7. I mean, okay, he just went further with the attack with the knight takes g2. Well, what's interesting, after king takes g2, he actually then wanted to save the rook. So I'm not really sure if that was the correct decision, because he sacrificed a full piece, giving white a whole tempo to defend somehow. So rook g1, h5, king f1. It looks like
King tries to escape
Yeah,
from the danger.
and if black had an additional piece somewhere, then
Is
it
this
would be
pawn
great.
can go to
but-
the queen?
It can, but I don't believe that's enough. I mean, if I put the king to e2, you're still not gonna, promote. So I don't believe in black's compensation. Okay, so let's look maybe the game of Michał Matuszewski, mm, who yesterday had really good chances against Radosław Wojtaszek. It was a draw, and we missed some possibilities. Like we felt like it was okay, and also many other spectators saw that Michał was doing great. But actually, some analysis later on showed that he had really, really huge chances to win against Radosław. So today he's playing black against Niklas Huschenbeck from Germany, and it looks like he's doing pretty well at this point. I mean, he's pawn up. There are of course some problems with this guy. There is some pin here, but white has also terrible pawn structure here. This is very yeah, hot, getting hot in this position. Like everything can happen, but I believe like black has also a huge time advantage. So actually, white is in a time trouble. We were looking for some time troubles.
Here is a time trouble.
There's not a mutual time trouble, but certainly a time trouble for white. Like
Yes, down to almost 2 minutes,
2 minutes.
and 20 more moves to go.
Almost like 16, 16.
16 more
yeah,
moves,
16,
yes.
but it's still a lot, a lot. So not an easy task for the German player.
I think this is the first game when he has some problems, because
Yeah.
recently he didn't really have
Okay.
any problem. Bishop g5 just happened,
Yes.
followed by bishop g5, ruining the pawn structure, also adding more pressure on d file. This bishop g5 was very obvious move.
Now
F
f
takes
takes
g6 we expect,
Although
though
he can
there's
maybe
some
include
intermediate
some,
moves.
so he may still take a bit of time to see what to do. I mean, well, fg of course is a normal move. I mean, the bishop,
Bishop
g6.
g6 doesn't look so good because there is queen g4 attacking the knight on
Yes.
d4. So maybe he's thinking about g6
But then similar thing can happen. Yeah. Like
from h4 right now.
yes. So actually, fg is like the only move, but yeah, as he's has so much time, well, he wants to spend just a little, just to make sure he doesn't miss anything. So maybe let's quickly look at the games at this match, because on the second board, Arkadiusz Leniart is playing, who won yesterday a nice game against David Navarra. And today, he's pawn up, against Zbynek Raczek from
Czech
Republic, and Grandmaster. So it's looking good. I mean, it's not winning.
King is placed
but
on a correct place. D2
Yes.
controls everything. I think white should try to maybe exchange at least one pair of rook, because I feel more safer when one rook is gone. H2 can be a problem, can be a weakness. Also, black can start to push a little bit to queen side with rook a5 and make some problems on a2. So that's why maybe it would be a good idea to trade one rook for white. Meanwhile, black will not take that change.
Okay, and the next board, Tomasz Markowski is playing against Juraj Druszka from Slovakia. I've heard that Juraj has a birthday today.
Oh, really?
Yes, Juraj Druszka. So we will.
So happy birthday to him.
Yeah. So we'll look at his game, but his pawn down has a little bit of compensation. It looks like these pawns are weak, but it's not an easy thing. Yeah. Um, yeah, so he's fighting for draw here, and he has only 1 minute, so it's not easy. Being pawned down under some pressure and
Mm-hmm.
such a time disadvantage.
Yeah.
Not easy.
Let's now take a look on the female boards. We have 6 boards. On this 6 board, all the female chess players. First can be Kielbasa, Varakomska, Anna.
Okay, but before moving into it, I will just quickly have a look at how Dariusz Mikrut is playing against Krzysztof Jakubowski, because that's the game we've looked at the opening. We
Don't
saw
tell me
that.
that we are gonna see 20 moves.
No, no, I just wanted to see.
Because something
just
gonna
wanted,
change
I
in
just
the
wanted
game I
to
suggested.
to remind that White Castle queenside, and that was really strange to me. And so let's
Yes,
jump
we remember
to
this.
the current situation, and we see like this king is like running away from here. It's doesn't feel safe. But I'm not sure what's the
It seems like
evaluation.
White tried to push H pawn
Yeah.
to attack the king, but Black
Yeah.
really succeeded in here.
Yes, yes. So this king is really weak. So Black is really doing fine. here.
Mhm.
Yeah. So now to your game, you wanted us to have a look. So Anna Warakomska
Yes.
against Olivia Kiełbasa. So what's there? I mean, 6 pawns for each of them, but yeah,
Very
this looks like a
interesting
pawn.
yes.
Like a big pawn. So
I
how
don't
do you
even know
pawn
how
count
this
pawns?
can proceed, like how it can come back to life.
Well, you just have to go like c5 at some point, yeah. Like
C5 can we take it? Like after
But no, but
F3,
then,
F4, if knight is not hanging.
yes, yes.
Oh.
But then sometimes I can go just bishop a7, c6. And
There's
bishop
also an
b8.
idea to play C4 while the bishop on E4 is hanging in C5 and just kick this bishop on A7, which will never come
Yeah.
in alive.
But if you want to play c4, you need to take care of the
Yeah,
pawn
yeah.
as well. So it's not easy to arrange.
Mhm.
Not easy to arrange. But yeah, but of course, bishop on b6 does not look great. But what's going on here? I mean, looks very good for white. But
Definitely
but we
knight
need to
E5
find some.
is a
Yeah, maybe time to include
dominant
this
piece.
f3, f4, as you mentioned. But then if you play f3, you will not play. Then the bishop will be on e4. Like it's hard to get rid of it. So
Right
you
now,
need to
E3 is
be
not working because bishop takes, rook takes A5.
e5.
Might
and
happen. And
yes,
just get rid of this
yeah,
bishop.
yeah. Although, yeah, I mean this should be good. Like DE and then just take or move the bishop. Yeah, and the bishop is pretty safe. here, So f3 is not a move here.
Right.
So what to do? I mean, looks good, but not easy. It's never easy.
11 minutes for white here, 17 minutes for black, and position needs more understanding for us because we just started to look at this for the first time, but I'm sure they already know the ideas and they are just trying to find the best moves.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, David Navarra won the game in a style. We can take a look of it.
Yes. So let's see. So the last time we've been looking at it was here. I said like d5 is not winning a piece, but d5 was played anyway as it's good move. And after queen d4, David decided to give up the exchange, but okay, but he took some pawns, and yeah, he's 2 pawns, no, 1 pawn up, but well, the direct attack against the king is just too much. So g4, queen h6, hitting the rook, hitting the one
Saw
on
the
h3.
pawn.
So it didn't last long. He didn't even try to get this guy. He just played rook f8. And okay, g5, f2 was okay. It's just open.
There was
I
not
mean,
queen a6 move. Queen a6, sorry.
Yeah, maybe it was.
No, it was king h8 simply wins.
Yes, because f2 still cannot
Mm.
defend. But of course, g5 was just terrible move. I mean, okay, this is lost anyway. Somehow.
Let's take a
I
look
mean,
on the.
and let's maybe continue just for one more move, because here, if you go king to g2, well, and if you just recapture the queen, well, it might not be
No, no,
so easy.
no. Black
But
will take rook on e1 with a knight.
check.
And then
That's-
take on h6, and it's rook and knight extra.
Yes, and if you go with the queen, kings. Okay, if you go king. Okay, you could also get the queen also in
Yes.
that other line,
And in
because
this case, you have only rook.
yeah, on the rook, yeah. So, but that night was fun. It just.
Yes.
Mm,
So very exciting games are happening on the first boards. In most of the matches, we can go to Hare Krishna Haberla, maybe.
okay. So this started with this Carlsbad structure, but it now doesn't look like a Carlsbad structure because who took all those pawns?
Pawns
I
are
mean,
gone. Pawns are gone for a piece.
for a piece, yeah.
It was definitely sacrifice.
Of the bishop on some
Yes,
g6, I guess.
g6.
It
But
was
how
actually
the pawn got on
it was
h4?
actually, I mean, it was h5, h4, I guess.
But why?
I don't know, maybe to kick the knight from g3, I don't know. But in this position, we can just see c5, and he took.
Okay.
So this is the current position, and
Actually, g6 was easily defendable. He just gave a chance
yeah,
to the
he
opponents
just
to.
wasn't afraid of this.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, white has a draw at least, but white should have more. I mean, some rook d4 at some point, maybe. Rook d4. Well, knight can join into. Well, it's very difficult to play with such a king. Very difficult. So,
Another first interesting first board is happening. Mr. Bjorn, we have little bit improvement in there.
yeah. So let's see. Yeah. Black won a pawn, the one on g3 just a move ago. Okay, they are changing, but I will just show you that
I think this
position,
game
yeah,
demonstrates
check
the power of two bishops.
So this is the current position on the board. So black won a pawn, full pawn up, and yeah, very hard time for Alexander. And he has 5 minutes. Okay, only 5 moves to reach time control. So maybe he will manage. So let's look maybe for some game where there will be a big, time scramble, and they're not reaching the 40th move easily.
Okay, I will check that. I will check only times.
And I mean, certainly it's interesting game. Hushenbev against Matuszewski. Matuszewski, however, has 24 minutes, but Hushenbev has 3 minutes. He had less time.
He had
but
1 minute,
yeah,
2 minutes, but
he
he
made,
played quite fast
yes,
last
so
game,
yeah, we
last
can
moves, and he
see
increased.
this was the position we have left. Now 95. Well, black is pawn up, everything is right, but this pin was annoying. But this is the position, like, still the pin is annoying. However, black can take a pawn on b3 if he wants to. He can maybe play rook f5, I don't know. But it's looking good for black, I think.
Yeah, definitely. A very interesting game is happening in Kashmarek Natsuta.
Okay. So just quickly. Wow, what's the bishop is doing on f6? Okay, it was
Looks
in,
very
in this
beautiful.
position. Bishop f6.
Typical
Okay.
idea.
Yeah, you cannot take because
Because
of
of
the
the queen.
little fork. However, what's the threat? I mean, black went queen d5, and this is the position we have on the board. But yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, still, this is not
It
to be
looks
taken.
very lovely for white, but White should show how to
Yeah, I don't
win.
know, like some
H4,
H4.
H5.
However, isn't this one hanging? So maybe Queen G3.
This one not really hanging because after H4, let's make this Queen G3.
And I go back and then H5. Yeah, this is what you meant.
I
However,
wanted no,
I
no, no,
just want
no.
to take it.
I don't give that pawn. I wanted to play.
What to play?
I wanted to play bishop to free this f6 square.
But there are not many squares for your bishop.
No, no, no. I don't like this too.
Yeah, so H4
Maybe
is
Queen G3.
Yeah, Queen G3 first, and then H4, H5. But it feels like Black can do something about it. I
With
don't know.
1 minute on the clock, I don't think he can.
Yeah, it's not
Let's
easy.
see.
It's not easy. Meanwhile, White has 21 minutes, so yeah. So that's not a mutual time trouble. Let's see if there is some mutual time trouble somewhere.
Another interesting game, funny position. We have Master of Vasilis Piasik.
Yeah, and
Piasik.
again, as we say, Piotr Piasik is having all the funny positions every game. Yeah, this is funny. Yeah. Wow.
It's not the queen hanging.
So this was the position, and now Master Vasilis played Queen F6. So it's funny
I
position.
think it is
but
just the winning
yes,
move.
but
After
yeah.
bishop takes f6, she takes f6, and there's no defense. Even white has, black has extra queen.
yeah,
This
that's
is
not
beautiful.
gonna last long. But very nice, simple tactics. Yeah. Very nice. So, what else shall we look at?
We can look at the game Markovsky Drushka.
Drushka, yeah.
I just started to read S as a sh. It works, right?
In Polish, no.
No.
But he's from Slovakia, so actually this works for him.
It works.
So so that's
For
why.
Polish also works.
No,
Like
no.
Piotr Piszek,
No, because it's no, because it's I after S, so it's she. S-E.
You just said as it pronounced in my mind.
But like, let's say, like the previous
Pieszek.
game we've looked at, it was Grzegorz Nasuta, not Naszuta, like S. So yeah, that's all tricky. Yeah, but
Yeah.
so this is the position. White is pawn up and big time advantage, but
Also, the king is kind of caged on h6.
yeah,
It's just need one check and it's a mate.
yeah, like I don't know, or maybe from A2 that would be funnier, but yeah.
Maybe promote queen first and do this.
Oh yeah, also not a easy position. Not a
Is
easy position.
black has some chances to survive. Any ideas?
No, very very hard. Yeah, but so quickly switch to the game nearby this board. Kaczmarek Nasuta. Indeed, they did the idea we've mentioned, but not Queen G3, but Queen G4, and then after Rook C8 H4.
Yeah,
Maybe-
same ideas.
Yeah, maybe
Knight-
Queen is better placed
95
here.
is not
but
hanging anyway because of the
yes,
checkmate on G7.
Just let's show this, and maybe the Queen covers H5. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
important.
black
Maybe.
cannot play themselves.
Yes.
H4.
So this is the same match. So there is a lot going on here because it's 0-0 currently. I mean, all the 6 games are in progress in that match, and yeah, it's still very open. And all the games in this match are they are not so drawish. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
So we will see what will be the result. Um, oh, and actually, Black played h5 anyways after h4.
Yeah, because h5
Wow.
should be stopped.
Yeah. And Grzegorz, he did only this with seconds.
Mm.
And so maybe let's see this. Yeah, because they are making the moves very fast. Like h4, h5, he took, and he took on d3. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
as the queen was not defending the
Yes,
e4. Also,
e4.
that's why the queen was on g4, prevent
Mm.
bishop d3. This
So
is
after rook d3, clearly there is queen a4 coming. And now also already the bishop f6 is
yes.
hanging.
So bishop d3 is. However, there is certainly some knight g5, and these are big threats.
Yeah.
All these two pawns
So
are
if
like let's.
gf cannot be happened because
Yeah.
just two moves and a mate.
Yes. So
Huh.
yeah. What's going on? I mean. Okay, I would play this knight g5, but of course
King f, f8.
Alexander has almost 20 minutes against less than a minute, so he can take his time a little bit, but yeah, this gonna be decided pretty soon, and yeah, so this match looks very, very interesting. Like on paper, the team of Racibórz is a big favorite. I think they won all the three matches, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, Wiewiórze Kraków lost all the three matches. But here it's really, really all open.
Yeah.
Also, so it's yeah. I'm curious what will Alexander play here. This knight g5 looks really, really, yeah, dangerous. What can Black do?
Very correct move. Just
Like,
putting more piece on the king side.
yeah, maybe.
All
Yeah,
I
but if you
see
go
is
some knight e5, let's say, I just take it, and still
Yeah.
f7 is hanging and d3 is
Yes.
hanging. Because my idea was like the bishop also can prevent something here, but maybe some this, and this intermediate move.
I was thinking instead of taking on e5, maybe there is rook, bishop g7 winning immediately.
But then I take with the king.
And rook
Yeah.
takes d3. Yeah.
Okay, but
Rook,
I'm not.
rook h8
Yeah,
maybe.
but I'm not obliged to take. Yes, rook
Yes, rook
h8.
h.
Yes, and there is no good square like.
Yeah, queen g4 is not possible. Yes.
Yes, so it's really tricky, but yeah, this is very interesting game. It's like so many things are hanging, and Alexander is trying to calculate it. Like as I said, knight g5 looks great, but maybe it's not all that simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see the game. Same match. Buksa Osmalik Julia. Something very interesting is happening there too.
Yeah. So this is the position.
Full domination of white, I would say. Is there some sacrifices on g7 and checks?
Yeah, so let's have a look. It looks certainly like something which has to be considered. Yeah, king h6, then there is some check. This does not look right.
Mm-hmm.
And king h8 also like
Yeah.
some, and also the knight can join the party. Yes, so yeah, this also looks very, you know.
And it is forced. It is
Dynamic.
with check,
Yes.
and black king is so alone with all this rook, knight, bishop, and queen.
Yeah, yeah. So this looks.
But black had here the problems from the beginning. I think from the opening, the problem of the development.
Yes, yes, we've been looking at it earlier. So yeah. Okay, and so maybe let's get back to Huszynbyk Matuszewski. for the moment, because that was also, yeah, this is the same match, the first board. So yeah, a lot of things going on in this match.
Yes,
It's like
because all the boards are
are,
still in progress.
yes, and not only in progress, but in all of them there is some, imbalance.
Yeah.
Like it's not like a drawish positions. Yeah. So okay, the position we looked at was this, and then rook f5. I mentioned this move just to getting rid of this knight.
Mhm.
And after knight c4 or queen f4, no longer there is a pin here, and yeah,
Another
Black just
pawn.
took a pawn. Simple as it is. I mean, there is no need to be so flashy and just grab some pawns. So this is very hard for white, and he's only down to 1.5 minutes.
He's struggling time problem for
Yes.
last 10 moves maybe,
Yeah.
and he has to play 9 more moves.
Yeah. So it's very.
Yeah, if he has a little bit more time, maybe he would play because e6 pawn is hanging. G pawns are doubled, and there is not a weakness in white's position currently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very hard. Very hard.
Let's go to Hare Krishna Haberla because we had there such a lone kid. King.
Yeah. So.
It's covered by the queen.
Yeah, because in this position, okay, white took a pawn and black didn't want to recapture, maybe being afraid of some
Yes.
rook d4. He just went knight e5, yeah, just attacking the queen, getting rid of her. But there goes another pawn. Okay, black managed to consolidate, but now even white wants to trade queens
Yeah, because
because
how
he
many
took so many
pawns?
pawns.
4 pawns for a
Yeah,
piece.
it's really a lot.
All the
And
pawns are connected,
yeah,
no
and
weakness,
this
so why
is
not?
yeah protected, and this is the current
Yeah,
position
and
on
queen
the
takes
board.
G7, king takes
Yes,
G7.
this was played.
Now all is about how white will proceed. The advantage.
Yeah, but this bishop looks so sad.
Yes.
I mean,
it
let's just
does.
put the knight on d4 as it was done. Yeah,
Yes.
just now, and yeah, push those pawns. Really hard, really hard. Yeah. So, and Kacper Piorun already won a game against Aleksander Mishta. So 3 points for still on Gorzów.
Very decisive game because all the games yet finished happened draw, and the third game in progress
So
looks
just-
pretty much
yeah.
drawish.
Yeah, let's just
Equal
see,
at least.
see for the moment how it does look like. It was the game with the Nimzo Indian where white had some space advantage, but as I see, black managed to get in e5, and that allowed him to equalize. So yeah, this position looks equal. What other games are interesting? So maybe let's have a look at the game of Jola Zawadzka and Julia Antolak. We've been following it earlier. So yeah, have a look. Yeah, there is some, yeah, King March. Yeah, so this is certainly interesting position, like the king went here, but the rook is here. So yeah, and black is pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
And with the opposite colored bishop, sometimes it's like drawish,
Sometimes
but
it's draw,
yeah,
sometimes it's not
yeah,
draw.
but there are rooks on the board, so yeah,
Yeah.
still a lot of things to be done.
Yeah, white has to, try.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would get back to the game of Aleksander Kaczmarek and Grzegorz Nasuta as we've been talking about this knight g5 move indeed, and after knight takes e5, well, I couldn't quickly find the way for white, but can you see the move?
I
Knight
saw it.
f5. Wow. Well,
Yes.
this is absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I saw on the board, but finding it myself
Yes,
would be, I think, not easy.
yes. So yeah, rook takes
Wow.
d5. Well, this looks really good.
Lots of nice sacrifices and
Yes,
lots of
yes.
ideas in
That's
this
that's
game.
that's what we like. That's what we like to watch. And Grzegorz is down to 20 seconds.
Oh, let's keep eye on it.
Yeah,
If we have also a video.
yeah. That game may conclude any time. I mean, like, if the time is correct, it's
Mm.
just yeah. Because yeah, oh, he threw
Check.
in a check. It's natural. Like,
Yeah.
you give a check just to get
Doesn't
this
change
30 minutes.
much.
It at least it feels like, but in some lines maybe it does. Yeah, but
But then knight g4 follows.
yeah, but the
King g3, yes.
king will run away. Yeah. So hmm,
Interesting.
what's there? I mean, yeah, looks really.
Yes, 13
yeah.
minutes he will think, and probably he's calculating one of the moves king f2 or king h2, but basically they're the same because king will hide on g3 and there's queen on the board and
Yeah.
king alone.
Yes, and but if the knight f5 was correct and will be approved by the engine, that's the move of the
Mhm.
rounds for sure, for me
Yeah.
at least, and for
Yeah, I was
now.
thinking maybe this is bishop f6, a move of the round, but no, it will be knight f5. But before we've they finish the game, they are still in progress. We have a guest at the studio, and we'll come back with an interview.
We told that before the interview there will be.
We have Grandmaster Kasper Björn here at the studio, and he's gonna show us his game.
Yes, finally I mean, it's not the first good game I have played, but second one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good. I mean, I'm happy actually because I didn't expect to have such a good game. To be honest, before the game, I was preparing completely different opening, and 1 hour before the round, I realized there's a hole in my preparation.
You changed it yourself?
I had to change
Oh.
the opening at the last minute because I found the hole, so I just decided to play Berlin and hope to that Oleg will not show his preparation.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow I managed also to play some interesting idea. I mean, I've expected only T3 because that's what he played against me last time I played this. Yeah, but he played Uti1. Yeah, and I decided to play 98 because normally idea is main line is bishop f6 and 98. And alright, this is the line that Ionian plays. So if such a stone can master plays this, so then it must be
Let's
good.
play.
Yeah.
Let's play.
So yeah, yeah. So obviously, I mean, the titular moves are at d5, after which idea is to put the bishop on c5, and it's playable position.
What is the idea behind 98? Like
To play d5.
relocate?
It's
To
simple.
play what?
Yeah,
F5.
yeah, to play d5. D5. I mean,
D5.
yeah. So like in the time, I mean, and that's why this move exists. And yeah, so why?
And then coming back on D6 or coming on F6?
Yeah, it can come out on f6, on d6. I mean, normally in Berlin ideas, we want to play g6, knight g7, and because this knight doesn't interrupt another light pieces.
Right.
But somehow in this game, it turned out to be different scenario. I just show that after c4, there is, I think there was bishop f6, 31, and d5 is fine. Sorry.
D5.
Yeah, so it's just fine. C3 is also playable, but now I just play my main idea and just play simple moves. I mean, d5, c6, I mean, normally when black gets this, it's just equal. And so was this time. And here I think bishop f4 was more precise.
What was the previous preparation you wanted to play? Would you share with us?
No, no. It
You're
may be
not
useful for the World Cup, to be honest.
Okay.
So I will not show.
Okay, so we're gonna follow your games at World Cup, and maybe we can understand what was your preparation for
Yeah,
today.
maybe it will happen, but I mean, I just didn't want to play the version I originally planned because I was sure that such an aggressive player as Oleg will find the best line, so that's why I decided to play something more solid. Yeah, so part of the time, I think bishop f4 was more precise, just to occupy this diagonal, and I think it's okay. It's still okay. And he somehow white misplayed this because of the knight f1, I think Oleg missed f5, which is, I mean, this position looks good for it because, I mean, we have so many pieces here, but after f5, suddenly it's not so easy to make move. And yeah, because the main idea is if you take, I mean, I could take on d4, but I simply played queen h5, king g8, take queen f6, and bishop e3, and somehow everything is protected, so it's not possibility. After knight g5, I think there's some of queen h5 with idea rook f5 to g8, so it looks also bad.
Wow.
But I think what Oleg missed was knight c7, and suddenly I win a piece.
What?
Yeah, because
This move like knight c7?
yeah, I just played knight
something
c7, and suddenly after g4, g6, I just win a piece. I
Wow.
just win the bishop, and I mean it's just probably time over. So I think he missed this, and I wasn't sure what he is trying to do. I mean, I thought maybe 21 was okay with idea g5, queen h5, and try to mix up a little bit. I mean, how to say? I think after 5 I'm already better, but of course, its game still goes on. I think somehow I misplayed this. Maybe queen f6 was necessary. Because here after g5, I thought of g5 must be crushing, but I missed knight e3, g4, knight g4.
Oh.
That's not such a
Interesting
simple
reply.
cheat to miss. And yeah, so if I don't have this, then I have to play knight g7, and it looks a little strange. I mean, maybe it's okay for me actually. But still, I mean, I don't have f4 idea, so it's...
Because f7 is hanging.
Yeah, because h7 is hanging, so I wasn't really sure what to do. I mean, maybe it was better anyway, because here, yeah, I played rook a8. Yeah, and here, I think knight e3 was one of the lines I calculated. I think bishop f4 is interesting. I mean, I wasn't sure what's going on. I mean, take tight. Maybe actually it's really good for me. This, and f4. And
Ah,
yeah, so this is something I calculated a little
yes.
bit.
King is
And
open. The
yeah, king
pawn
is
F
open.
is
Yeah,
very
maybe it's
strong.
winning actually because I play
It comes with the
f3.
tempos.
Yeah, so maybe it's winning. But somehow I thought white should have something like, I wasn't sure what exactly, but I thought it cannot be that bad yet. But after bishop e3, I think I have simply g5, and at 10 it's not so easy to make move for white because I want to play f4. After queen g2 probably was slightly better, but I just played queen h8, bishop f4, and probably I can even take and play knight e4, and
Yeah.
I'm much better. I'm just faster with the attack. I mean, still, I think maybe it was probably the last chance, because after this, I mean, okay, it looks holdable because I have little weak king and I have these weaknesses. And actually the line was probably false because otherwise I just made white. So I cannot move my lord because just of move 95 and this knight is really annoying. But actually I think I found the best continuation. And so queen g5, king f2, bishop g4. And suddenly white has no moves. And this is incredible because the idea of bishop g4 is to prevent knight f3.
Yes.
So if white goes there, I go queen c1 and I collect grab
Oh.
some pawns. So I think white
It's
is
like a queen and king of white is
Yeah.
misplaced. It should be king on g2 and queen on f2 to defense all these pawns on the queen side. Too.
yes.
Now king covers the second
Yeah, and
rank.
also I have two bishops, which
Yeah.
is really important in the opening position. So
Yes.
even
Yes,
though
we mentioned in our counters that this is a position when you can feel that pair of bishop is a real dangerous.
yeah, actually after bishop g4, I wasn't sure what white is gonna do. I mean, I just thought it's almost game over because white cannot. I think white cannot avoid losing material. I mean, it's not. I mean, it has no moves. I mean, basically. So, yeah, queen h1 happened, king f1, and this is what I saw. And after queen h4, there's simply queen g7, and again white has no moves
No
because
jacks.
after queen d8 I played bishop h3, and I simply mate,
Yeah.
give mate.
E1 knight is hanging and
Yeah, knight is hanging, and I also give mate.
yes.
So, and after queen g2 I have this move, and
G3 pawn is
I just win the
hanging,
pawn,
yes.
and yeah, it's just technically winning.
Yeah. And it's still very hard for white to defend this position because now the king became very active.
Yes, I mean I have two bishops and I have fire pawn on h pawn. I mean
It's unstoppable actually, it's just coming.
yeah, it's just over.
Seems like very easy when you analyze like after the game, but how you felt at the board, like because you are the only from the team who managed to win. Other games were a draw.
I don't
Before
know
you.
what Marcel did, but I mean I have a difficult role because except for playing, I am also a captain of the team, so I had to watch out for another boards, and also I had one difficult situation when Mikołaj got job opposition, and I mean probably he was better, but then again he was playing against stronger opponent, and I thought that it's good for him to take it because I thought I will win, and yeah, I turned out to be right.
Yeah, what is the rule here when a player wants to offer a draw or wants to accept a draw? It comes to captain, deals with it, or he makes his own decision to agree with draw.
I mean, it depends on the player. I mean, he can if a player gets draw offer, then he may ask simply via arbiter, and yeah, I mean, okay, this is for me something new, so I'm just getting adjusted to it. But
But when
so
you are
far
playing-
it's not bad, I think.
Yeah, you like it to be captain.
I mean, not to say I like it because I mean, it's really it will be exhausting after 8-9 rounds. But okay, I mean, as a team captain, I have to be responsible and you know to play good chess.
Yeah. How are you satisfied with your team's scores, and who do you think is the main opponent for your team?
Uh, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, to be honest, I mean, it's going to be hard to win a medal. I mean, because there are so many strong teams who had strengthened their lineups. Like, for instance, our today opponent, that Oleg Mishta, and I mean, he is really a strong player. So, and I mean, they managed to win a medal without him. So if we beat Penkov, that will be a great result. And also, I think Raciborz is also, Silese is also stronger because they have basically all 2,500 players on each board. So yeah, there's no easy match.
Yeah,
Basically.
a lot of games are coming
And
up.
also, I mean, first three matches, I think we won 3.5 only. So it's really, I mean, it's really hard.
Yeah. Tell us about the tournament you mentioned before that you are going to World Cup, and what is your schedule?
My schedule is to play more games here. And then after, I think 2 days after the last round, I fly to Hunter. And I mean, I mean, I'm basically improvising because it will be hard. It will be hard, and it's hosting too. Given the fact that I also will have hard October upcoming with the FIDE Swiss and European team championship. So basically, I will have no life for next 2 months.
Only chess life.
Yes, only chess life.
Yes, so lots of tournaments are coming up for you. Who's your first opponent and in Hanti Mansisk? Are you ready for it already?
My first opponent is Nihat Apasov, very talented player from Azerbaijan. I remember he used to be a good player with rating above 2600, but when I started chatting him, I was impressed by what he just crossed this barrier. So I think it will be interesting. Looking forward to it.
Yes, yes. We will follow your games and wish you, of course, good luck here and every tournament you're going to play, and you will come to Georgia. And I'm very happy to host you there. So thank you very much, Kasper, for coming here at the studio, and we hope you will come more often with your games and with your analysis.
If I play good games, then sure.
Okay, it's a promise. So let's see a short video for now, and we will come back with the other games.
Extraleague is a very strong tournament, most important team tournament in Poland. We have 47 grandmasters, so top level tournament, I think.
Polish Extraleague, organized by great people in a great place. It's a very tough tournament for me because I play on the first board. I enjoy playing here in Katowice, meeting a lot of friends. I'm quite sure this tournament, the next week, the last 6 rounds is going to be a great time. Guys, I have a few words for this who says chess is not a sport. Maybe you don't know, but during the game, every single game, we burn a lot of calories. So every professional chess player has to really care about the physical condition. It's great to be part of this event. I'm very glad to participate here. I hope to see you around at some other tournaments.
this is the final part of the round 4 at Polish Extraleague, and we are going to cover the last games.
Yeah, so before moving to the running games, I want to quickly show you one game we just finished, meanwhile, the last interview. So please give us the chessboard, and yeah. So that was the we've been following it a little bit, the game again between Julia Osmak and Natalia Buksa, both Ukrainian female players. And okay, White was certainly pushing, attacking, and so on. But
Pretty
here,
much winning already
yes,
here with the
but
material.
but the finishing touches of this game was really nice, showing the nice geometry, and this knight is sneaking into Black's position. Now Black decided, let's maybe exchange some pieces, but now, boom.
Exactly.
This is nice. Well, if you take with the rook, there is this funny checkmate. So, well, it has to be taken. But then, bang, he
Another
takes. And then, boom.
final.
Yeah, boom, and okay, whether you go to h8, then knight f7. So king
It's a
takes,
fork anyway.
yes, so king takes g7, knight e6 check. And essentially, yeah, White
Beautiful
ends up
tactic.
with a piece up, so
Yes.
Black resigns. So
It
yeah.
was a good example of the harmony of the pieces
Yeah,
and very strong, very, very strong attack. Well done, Julia.
yeah.
Mm.
So let's see, maybe some.
I'm
fun
really
games,
confused
yeah.
which game is the best game, the
Yeah.
game of the round 4. I am really confused.
So maybe let's see if Alexander Kaczmarek is still playing, or did he win already? No, it's still in progress. So the game we've looked at that fantastic bishop f6, knight f5, and here they got into this position, which is very good for White, but still some work to be done. I mean, White is much better, but
Very important for Black that they are still in the game.
yeah, both rooks can defend somehow, but queen and the knight,
And
they are a
opening
perfect
with
duo.
2 extra pawns for White, it must be winning.
Yeah, but it will take
With a
some
plan,
time.
yeah. It will take some time.
And yeah, so in this match, still 5 games are in progress. So we can maybe quickly summarize what's going on, the partial result. I mean, like Wieża Pęgów still on Gorzów, it's 2-3, as Kacper won and the other games were drawn. But there is still
It's one game on the board
Yes.
3 we have in
Yes.
progress. This
And
is
Marcin
Juba
Juba has to
against
win to equalize the result.
cannot have Marcel.
Yes, and it looks like he is close to be winning because it's White to move and he's just full pawn up. So now he just needs to defend this guy. And I don't know if Black can defend. I mean, let's
Yeah,
say rook
usually these
d7.
kind of rook-end games are winning for the side who has extra pawn because the rook is on the wrong side for Black. It should be behind, front, behind.
Behind the pawn.
Now it's front. Should be
Yes,
behind.
should be
To
somewhere
be
here.
able to make some threats, make some checks, and
Just-
control to have more space.
Yes, just if the rook is like
Yeah.
here, it can move here, move
Anywhere.
here. But here it's just stuck.
One, yeah.
it's
So no
just-
move.
Yeah.
Also, pawn structure matters. F5 pawn looks another weakness.
Yeah, so White just goes with the king. Maybe
Yes.
here, or maybe he
Just
even-
turn. I would
yeah,
go from
just-
F4, E5, D6, and then go
Yeah,
this way.
it's-
Yes.
yeah, this looks winning for White. So if
Pretty
Marcin
much.
manages to win the game, he will equalize the score, and would it be the first draw
Draw, yes.
in the match? Of
Yes,
course.
yes.
I
Whole
haven't s-
tournament.
Yes, so far I haven't seen any single 3-3 draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the next match, Katowice against Biały Król Wiśnia Mała. It's already like,
3.5
yeah.
against 1.5. One game is in progress. We can take a look of this game. This is
Yes.
board 6 here. We have Monika Soczka playing against Marta Bartel.
Yes, but regardless of the result, Hetman Katowice scores another victory. In this tournament. So this is the current situation, and yeah, white is pawn up, but black seems to be having some compensation here.
Mhm.
So because she has some, good control over the light squares, and the pawns are doubled.
Doubled. Deep pawn, not only deep pawn, also e5 and f4 pawns are on
blocked.
the color of the bishop, and
Yes.
we know that in that case this bishop is passive and blockade. So there
Yes.
is some compensation for black.
Yes, there is some compensation.
Monica looks distracted to the clock, but she has
34
time.
minutes, so yeah,
Okay.
maybe.
It is the first move after increment.
Yeah, so she just made sure that she got this additional 30
Yes, is it true? Is it true?
Well, but
Oh,
there are some
I
clocks.
hate this. I wanted to say
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah.
I
I
hate
wanted to
it.
say the same. Yeah,
We
because
all
it's
have this.
really. I mean, everyone hates this.
Yes.
So let's explain what we hate. We hate clocks which don't add 30 minutes instantly. You
Yes.
just need to go under. I mean, to 0 seconds, then you
Yes.
get those 30 minutes.
So we have, of course, we have this clocks for chess, for official tournaments, more or less dissimilar, with the similar functions, but there is this one type of clocks which nobody likes, I think. It's most hated. Like a person who is most hated, it's a clock most hated, where you have to have 0, 0, 0 in order to have increment. And this is something, because this is a very natural thing. Maybe you think this is 14th move and you think that's in increment, but you just made a mistake in this score sheet. You just wrongly write the number, and maybe this is not 14 move, it's 39 moves. Sometimes this happens. We had this kind of accident. And also I think it was even on the top level
Yeah,
happened this.
like
So
I think Magnus Carlsen lost maybe to Topalov.
yes, and I was not
He was
sure.
winning, or maybe.
I was not sure about this, but I think he forgot that it was increment. Something similar.
That there was no
Yes.
increment. Yeah. Okay. So Monica took on f4. I'm not sure if I like this decision, because in this case I'm not afraid that white will take. So maybe I don't see a reason.
Maybe he doesn't
okay,
want it. She
because
doesn't want it
bishop
to
takes
have the
then
pawn
there,
on g5.
but maybe king takes. Does she have any follow-up? Maybe she was thinking about. Maybe she's thinking about,
To
just
simplify the
simplifying,
position.
and also this is hanging. So maybe it's So maybe at first it looked strange, but
It's
just,
Monica Satka.
yeah.
She knows what
No, I
she's
mean,
doing.
it's very concrete. Let's
Yeah,
say
it's very concrete.
it's very concrete. So maybe it simplifies, and yeah, it's okay. So the another match, it's Miedź Legnica and Akademia Szachowa Gliwice, and it's 2-3. So the player from Miedź Legnica, Tadeusz Kribel, he has to win against Michał Olszewski to level the result. So let's maybe have a very short look at this match. So Tadeusz Kribel, well, he's 2 pawns up, but the pieces look very strangely placed. I mean, especially the
Yeah,
rook
this
on,
one rook is here and the other rook is here. It's
yes.
like
Yes,
divided.
this is
And
strange.
bishop looks quite strong here
Yeah.
in defense, also in attack.
Yes, and rook b4 was the last move by black. And first of all, bishop takes h4 is the idea. Well, he will lose the strong bishop, but okay, this pawn is weak. Secondly, this is weak,
Yeah.
and I don't see if white is able to consolidate on time. I mean, 2 pawns up, but it looks like black has all the chances to just take a
If
pawn.
a pawn is gone, then it will be pretty much chances for draw, because all the pawns will be on the king side, and it will be easier for black to defend.
Yeah, precisely. So in this match, Akademia Szachowa Gliwice has a very good chances to win. And okay, so another match is Wotum Polonia Wrocław against Baszta Żnin. and it's 3-1. So Żnin has to win 2 games to level the score, and that sounds very unlikely. As have a look at the game of Pentala Hari Krishna against Bartłomiej Heberla. Um, so yeah, it's not so many pawns for Heberla, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, it is black to move, so maybe he can take a pawn.
He had extra, not extra piece. He had a piece for 4 pawns or 3 pawns. Four
Maybe
pawns.
4. Yeah.
4 pawns. He managed to trade this bishop for the pawns in order to enter the king in the camp of white, and maybe this is better chances to hold the draw somehow.
Yeah, but
Unlikely, as you said.
he can take 1 pawn, but it's very hard to make a draw here. It just looks winning for white. He just needs to play few precise moves. Just to, there are still like both rooks. Yeah, so he needs to take care of that. And there is another game in this match, the same match. Oskar Wieczorek against Antoni Szustakowski. And yeah, as I said, to level the score, Heberla would need to win and Antoni would have to win. But yeah, Heberla is fighting for a draw. And so yeah, I don't think they can level the score. But what's the position here?
It's pretty much complicated. White has extra exchange, but it is for a pawn and quite strong
Yes,
pawn.
quite strong pawn. And this bishop is really annoying. I mean, so it's
Also the pawn on this queen side, which might look very dangerous, is yet controlled and
yeah.
not blockade, paused for a while. And I think Black has a good chances here to hold the position.
Yeah, so Black is doing pretty much fine. I mean, especially taking into account that he is exchange down. So yeah, he has a lot of compensation for it. And yeah, and the last match we should mention this. This is the match we've been following today a lot because there are a lot of excitements, and the only game which has finished was Osmak Julia against Buksa Natalia, where the finish was really, I mean, beautiful. And yeah, so maybe let's start one by one from this match.
From the first board.
So the game Niklas Huschenbeth against Michał Matuszewski. Michał won 2 pawns earlier on. Here we have he also has exchange. He has won also the exchange. So and he still keeps 2 pawns. Is it just totally winning?
Yeah, I guess.
And
With
yeah, and he takes
third.
another pawn. I mean, yeah, this is like close to be resignable for white.
Yes, because king is pretty much
so
safe.
wow, Dwie Wieże Kraków has a good chance to score a victory, I think, in this match, because if Michał wins, they will be leading 2-0, and they have very good chances to win in some other games.
Yeah, let's jump to this second board.
So here it's just I think it will finish anytime soon. So the next one is
Kracek Leniart.
Yes, Leniart, who won the game against David Navarro yesterday. So here we have the rook endgame where he is a pawn up.
Whose move is it?
White. Okay, he can take on b4, but then a2 falls. Probably there is no way to save that. We would love to play a4, but we have to remember that there is the rule of en passant. I don't know who came up with this rule. It feels a bit unnatural.
When I hear a funny story, there's like a huge gap from to play and to play, about 4 years. And during these 4 years, I played only 2 tournaments. In both tournaments, I was struggling like, is this move still still a rule? Because maybe something changed during this time. So I was like, maybe I should find some other
Yeah,
move.
whenever some amateur asks me to play a game against him, and there is a chance that I can take on Posao, I always feel like, oh, he can argue after that,
Mm.
like because many people don't know
Don't
this rule.
Yeah.
But of course, here we just make a little bit funny stories, but of course they know, and I'm pretty sure that
Everyone remembers,
yeah,
and it's a
Arkadiusz
rule.
will take this pawn because, well, he has to. I mean, that's the chance for him to just to play with this pawn
Mhm.
to win the game. It's not
I
easy.
think it's pretty much winning.
Is it easily?
Yes. Yes, because
Okay.
White has a plan here, a
Yeah,
very
then
simple plan.
this king is far away, so
Yeah.
yeah, that gives him. But this is also source of
Yeah, this is
counterplay.
a source, but you can easily deal with this. Just to give it for a rook,
Mm-hmm.
give a rook for it, and then just to push the pawns, both
Yeah.
pawns.
Okay. Yeah, sounds like a good plan, but I'm not sure if Wet is in time, but I like it. Yeah.
You
I
want to
like
play?
Yeah, so we can,
Let's play.
check. Yeah, we can
Yes.
check. We can check. We
Okay.
can check. So we need to go with the king somehow.
Yeah, king b5.
C5.
C5, yeah, better.
I mean, if you give a check, then maybe then king b5. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe. Okay, but I will give this check. Okay, king d6.
You know, I can go some other way. Deal with this king.
Yeah, you can actually go here,
Yes.
and it's improved version because your king is better. So I will not give the check.
I would go king d6 though.
King d6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because here you go here.
Before, yes, I will
Yeah,
take
yeah,
a6, e6
Yeah,
pawn,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
I will
Okay.
win easily.
So let's move the
Yes.
pawn. Yeah.
Here, b4, let's play.
B4 and then E4,
b5,
E3.
b6.
Oh. And then give a
Ah, no, e2 is winning. e2, maybe. e2 can even winning here.
Yeah, maybe I'm winning. Yeah.
Oh, I managed to lose a game in 5 moves. Congratulations, Ken. Because after rook b2, b7 and rook b2, the drama brings
Yeah.
this. No, rook b2 here. Rook
But-
b2 to stop this pawn.
But I can also make a queen and just take your rook here.
No, this
but-
is fancier.
Okay, fancier. Okay.
Yeah.
And
If rook b4, you just take and queen it.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I thought
So-
I could go back on h8 and come on e8, but
Yeah, so b5, e3 maybe still
it's
okay.
time
but
to go
now-
back.
Yes,
on-
time to go back. And okay, but now I'll give you the check.
King d6.
King d6. So I go e2,
Rook should come.
and now I will
Yeah.
like try to do a good technique. But
I think rook c3 looks more like logical because I
Yeah.
have to take now on e2.
yes, and now I recapture, and then if you just push,
No,
then
no,
it's a
no,
draw.
no. Yeah, I think h4 should be pushed.
But then
But this is also a draw.
like
Oh.
that. I mean, I can draw like this.
Okay,
Yeah, so
makes
it's-
sense.
So the plan is sounds nice, but it just does not work.
It needs good technique.
Yeah.
I'm sure it works still, but it needs a good
But
technique.
Arkadiusz is still thinking about taking on b4, because I understand that he's afraid of this e pawn. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he cannot lose, but I mean, okay, if he pushes too much, but normally he's not risking. But to win this game,
You know
it's
what? You can
tricky.
simply go for e6 pawn, or not? Not really.
Yeah, okay, maybe that's what he considers. However, I mean, like this is a useful thing to include, like at least giving some checks.
Mm-hmm.
However, yeah, and then think about
H,
pushing
yes.
this guy.
This
Because
before will,
this is
yeah.
dropping anyway. And now this king somehow shoulders like
Mhm.
a little bit,
Rook a2,
and then maybe you just push
rook
this pawn,
h2,
and then maybe
rook
h6.
h4.
Yeah, but then I'm not winning this guy. Yeah, so it's really
Tricky.
tricky. Might not be so simple
Luckily,
to
White has here enough time to come up
Yeah, so we
with some
understand
idea.
this is tricky. I know Arkadiusz has a very good technique and yeah, uh, but yeah, it's not easy. He actually did play Rook H6 already. Yeah, Rook H6. This is the move he made.
I don't know.
So maybe
Sometimes in the end game, moves like this, I think you should play more fast. And King before was more correct.
Are you sure King before was
Yeah.
not correct? I'm not sure,
I
but
am
maybe
sure.
it was. Okay.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Because I think you should stop with White this e pawn.
Yeah, but
You may ask
the line.
how.
Yeah, but I mean, the line we've looked at was not as simple. I mean,
No,
it
no,
was
no. For example, we have some time, I think, to take on b4.
okay. Then Rook A2 is kind of forced.
King c4.
Okay, this way you want to try to. Okay, I understand.
You got my point. King d5.
Yeah, then it's. However, I still go here.
Rook takes and the king is pretty much far.
I mean, the trick is that after check, this pawn little pawns. Okay, this is a nice pawn.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, the king is so important piece in the endgame. You need to know how to play
Yes.
with the king.
And only b pawn can win this endgame, rook endgame, because we
Yes.
know that
Yes.
in order to make a draw, king should be in front of the passed pawn.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe that was a chance.
Hmm.
But we'll see. Rook H6. Okay, White still is in a
I don't like this
driver's
one.
seat, let's say.
I don't like because the variation what we just saw.
Yes,
Rook
but-
h2, rook h4 is on time, and there is no progress.
Yes.
Neither h pawn nor b pawn.
Yeah. All right. So another game. Yeah. So 5 games in progress in this match. So let's see.
Here we have Markovsky,
Druszka.
Druszka.
Yeah.
You
I'm
see?
also not.
Shka.
Yeah, but it's not
Druszka.
the Polish.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay, but also it's not like I'm 100% sure how to pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Maybe I should ask. But this is what I think. Yeah, and here we have a comment by Stephen Nicholas that the en passant capture rule was added in the 15th century.
Wow.
Yeah. And he says that he can't see the ratings of the players. You can see it if you just watch on Chess24 or some other website there. You can find, of course, the ratings or on the official website of the tournament.
Which is the
Yeah.
official Extraleague 2019.
Dot pzszach.pl. It's a bit long, but
Google it
yeah.
easily.
Yeah. Okay, but on Chess24, surely the link is provided. So, so this is the position from the game Markowski against Druszka, and yeah, White is a pawn up. However, is it winning? We need to exchange some more pawns, and then it's a draw.
We remember one knight's endgame ended up with a draw. Even though I was sure that it was winning, it was in the game. In the game of hold on. Remember the name? Antolak Julia and Zawadzka.
Yeah. So how the game ended there? It was
Draw.
yeah.
It was.
No,
It was Zawadzka or not?
So Zawadzka. No,
They
you
played
mean
today.
the other round?
Yes,
on
yes,
the
yes.
other day. Yeah.
Maybe it was maiden.
Okay. I also had no.
It was on the same side, these 3 pawns. And you were sure it might be some setup for draw.
Okay, I don't remember. It's tricky. Okay, so here we see White is of course much better, but is it winning? I mean, if you go, of course it's Black to move. I mean, if White gets this one, it's very hard. As the pawn, as the knight has a very hard time fighting the A and H pawns.
The
So
next question is, where is younger Steftuda?
I think we have to-
here.
we
We have to answer this because everybody wants to
Okay.
know where is he. Everybody wants to see him in the round. We want to. So maybe we should request, and
I think we should put
his team will.
some bot who will answer this
Yes,
question.
and or just collect the signatures and.
Yeah, because usually on some chats it's possible to put a bot who answers some typical questions. So maybe that's the thing to think about.
Yeah.
Okay, but talking about this game, I'm really not sure if Black can try to can survive this.
I think it's King G5, King H5, unstoppable. And this is a very typical position, classical position, when the main idea is
Just
that the
inside.
A, okay, this is also winning easily, but I wanted to point that A5, A6 is here pawn is advanced, and it may play some role in for winning here.
Yeah, it's very hard, I mean, to do something. So at this point, okay, A6 move, I don't think it's adding anything, but maybe...
You know what is interesting, if it can happen, like to give up the knight for A5 pawn, give E5 pawn, and stuck the king with the...
I think it's just too slow, because, for
the
example,
pawn is
here,
blocked on A6.
I mean, here, you mean
Yeah.
something like this, yeah?
Oh,
No,
still
but
king
it's,
G6.
first of all, it's far away, yeah,
Mm.
it's so close. And you will reach here when I will have a new queen. So it's very far
No,
away.
my idea was to stuck with the king.
So where?
In opposition, so not allowed white king to
I
come
mean,
out. But
okay,
these positions are still winning.
He may try this, of course, but I guess with this additional e-pawn, it's yeah. So the next one was this Aleksander Kaczmarek, Grzegorz Nasuta, certainly a candidate for the game of the round. It's not very spectacular what Alexander did today.
But doesn't it look like a setup for draw for black?
But maybe he lost his thread somehow and allowed some defensive possibilities.
Because rook g6, rook e6, it's impossible to avoid these two moves, and there's not progress for the king, neither for the...
Yeah, but let's see.
Okay,
Let's
it
check.
can be like king g8, king g8.
Okay, I just go with the king.
Yes. Rook a6.
E6.
E6, yes, sorry, it's 5 hours already.
Yeah. Okay, I give a check.
Go back.
Give a check.
G7.
And I go. Oh, now here maybe I missed this, so maybe first I will go here. I want to put the king on.
Yes, I understand this. In this case, can I go for somewhere else? This rook on. There's also bishop g8 moves. You cannot help and avoid it. Check now. F7.
You mean this? Yeah. This setup. Yeah, might not be easy to break through. I mean, but maybe I can just play slowly. Okay, I can maybe play before so that the pawn endgame will be easier for me. But maybe I will need this move. But for now,
bishop g8.
Okay, let's just give a check.
F7.
And king f5.
Yeah. King g8.
Oh, you're going to just move the king like that. It's very hard to break it. That's true. But still, okay, maybe queen e5. No, but then you have, then you can even go like this. It all looks nice, but yeah. So did he misplace it really? Because it felt like.
A queen can go on from h5 at some point. No, it's. I don't know. King g7.
I mean, here, no, it's very hard. So, yeah, there are really good chances for Black to survive. Yeah. if he doesn't win the game, it will be very sad. I mean, like
Yeah.
he played very well, and he was certainly winning after all
Yeah.
of this. But then
Had so many chances,
he
so many
just,
ways to win.
yeah, he just somehow his technique was not good at the end game.
I think not about the technique, but he thought that it was anyway winning.
Yeah,
Sometimes it
maybe,
happens to
yeah,
us.
yeah. But already allowing those two rooks somehow was
Uh-huh.
felt not so easy to win. But especially this position, not easy, not easy. Okay, so the next board, the fifth board, is the game between Krzysztof Jakubowski, Grandmaster, against International Master Dariusz Mikrut. That's the next board to the previous one. And Black was really doing very, very well earlier on. But here I see like, okay, just
I cannot recognize the position with
no,
this pawn structure.
they started with this this
Okay.
this we've looked at, and that was very
Wow.
interesting. Like Black was
Like
really
I didn't
attacking.
recognize at all.
Yes, but oops, there is this auto update. Sorry. Okay, but let's get back into the this position, the end game. Like this king somehow went into Black's camp, and there was some check, and king took a pawn, and but Black still looks pretty good here with those running pawns. However, you have to take care of these pawns because it's not like
In the
White
end, it
is.
can be it can be happened rooking against these three pawns.
Yes, so in this match, well, the Dwie Wieże Kraków has a very good chance to score some matching points, but it's not as easy as I thought. Like I thought it's easier. So well, let's have a look. Yeah, because some games have finished, or yeah, already. Marcin Dziuba has won his game, so we can officially say that the match Wieża Pęgów and Stilon Gorzów has ended in a draw.
First
3-3.
match, which ended in draw, just happened in the round 4.
Yes, and so let's see once again Pentala Hari Krishna, Bartłomiej Heberla. Yeah, this is
This
we
pawn
have
went
looked,
so far.
yeah, this is we've looked the position at this point. Yeah, like White has so many pawns, but the one is falling. But then he decided that how to win this position. Well, let's just push the f pawn, and it was simple as it is. Like he was just pushing forward, forward, f5, f6, f7. Now he was stopped, but now he just defends the pawn. Yeah. And the thing is, like, if you take on h3, I think, and check. If you move the king, then rook e8. And if you go here, well, then takes, and g5. This looks just crushing. So I don't think Black can survive this position. I don't think
agree with you.
Yeah. So, but the game but the match is already clear. I mean, like Polonia Wrocław is already winning it. So let's see the other running games. Marta Bartel and Monika Soćko. So we saw the position from here, where Monika took on f4, which looks ugly, but there is a very concrete follow-up. So takes, check, and f4. Yeah, and then yeah, White decided to play h4. That's interesting. I mean, this I didn't see it, because after bishop f4 there is takes, and check, and this is falling. This will fall.
Yeah, h4 looks very interesting.
So h4, but then fe, hg, ef, of course, this has to be taken. And I guess hg will come, but Monika is taking her time, and
Because she can take also on d4 and then e5
yes,
is hanging.
yes, like here, and rook
Uh-huh.
h4 first, maybe,
Yeah.
and then this is falling. So yeah, she still has some chances. That's interesting. Mhm. So yeah. So let's again go into the those matches where 5 games are running, because like almost other matches are pretty
Yeah,
much
decided
finished. But
already.
here we still don't know what everything can happen. Like still it's
Exactly.
very open. So let's see. Michał Matuszewski, as we said, he was just totally winning, and he still is. But the game is in progress. Like, mm, yeah, of course, Niklas is playing for the team, so he still tries, like, to do something. But yeah, he played Queen D3, but I don't think.
Ah, just finished. We can
Yeah,
see on
now.
the screen.
So
It
he resigned,
finished.
so we can see. So the second point for Dwie Wieże Kraków. So very good results so far. So far, so good. And
Interesting end game is happening, as we mentioned, in Kracek Leinart. Next word.
yes, Zbynek Hracek against Arkadiusz Leniart. Yeah.
Was Czech,
yeah.
not
So-
even rook a2.
Yeah, but check immediately. I'm not so sure, because well, now this is alive, and if the pawn ever crosses e4 squared, then this one may fall. So
King c5 looks
yeah,
natural.
looks very natural. Although you still may think about King
King
d3
d3,
and
yes.
just check.
Yes.
I don't
I
know.
thought about it, but I saw then f rook f4, and I was like, it's more complication. And then
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. But okay, but
I think
Arkadiusz
it's
has
winning in that case if rooks are traded and the pawn gets on f4 for black.
So do you think black is winning here?
No, I don't.
No, e5.
e5, if rooks are changed.
Do you think this is winning? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, because after h4.
King g2, and it's with a check.
Yeah, this one is too fast. Yeah, so well, when you change the rooks, you have to calculate all the way to the end. I mean, like you cannot say there are some chances when
yeah.
it's better or something.
Interesting
No,
position.
Yeah, you must give a
Yes.
very clear evaluation of the pawn end game. So yeah, it's tricky. So King d3 might not be so good. So maybe King c5, then e5. Okay, if e4 will take this guy. So and then when we have 2 pawns, it's easier to give the rook.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, still we have to look at, like, for example, I don't know which move. Let's say h4, e4, king b4,
e3 with a check.
Yes, and then there's a problem, because here, e2, we would love to just give this rook for, but there is rook e4.
Yeah.
So it's very, very tricky. So
King should come on
Yeah.
c3, and then king is a bit far from its own pawns.
yeah, but also oops, king b4, like check, king c3. I'm not sure if it helps, because e2 comes anyway. Yeah.
Rook is e6.
And the thing is, yeah, the rook e4. Yeah. And king cannot reach f2 in time.
But here, king f2.
But this could be winning, like maybe
I'm not sure.
e1. Let's just see. a5. Still have you still have to lose a tempo for this guy. And the king is,
Take.
take.
Yeah, the problem is the
I
king is
get-
here. Now this a6 pawn
so
will be
no,
lost.
No, yes. This is very typical.
But
So
I think
let's
it's
show
still
it to the
winning.
viewers.
It's still draw, because king
Yeah,
gets
it's a
then.
draw, but of course I was playing for the win, because here it's pawns are split. So yeah, it's very typical. So I have to go here first. 2 pawns are going together.
Yeah.
And you certainly have to bring the king but it's not easy. I mean,
Not easy.
pawns are. I heard about some rules like these pawns together. How many squares do they have? Whether they are winning or not against the rook alone, but I don't remember. But it just feels like it's
Yeah.
winning for me
But
because
in the
the
game,
king
it was
is-
very interesting. White went king b5.
Oh, what's the difference?
It can be very far away from e pawn.
I guess in some cases he wants this,
Yeah.
but I don't know. But
We
in
could,
some
we
of the
could do it earlier. Maybe he realized that it
No,
was
but-
better to take on b4.
yeah, but maybe in some of the lines, as we've seen with e4, that's the same because you take on b4 anyway. So maybe he still keeps those ideas open. So we'll see, but it's very important game. And
Next.
Markowski against Druszka. We thought like White is winning there, but maybe we were
Where is
wrong.
a5 pawn?
Because yeah, why? Maybe we missed
Why?
something
Why?
simple. Why?
Why it happened?
What's happening after this move?
Yeah.
Like, isn't it like?
Well, there's a king e6, king d5, maybe.
Oh,
That
maybe.
is what it is.
Oh,
No, it's not.
yeah,
King
it-
g6. e6.
Or maybe let's play first here.
Yeah.
But here, it's still okay.
No, no,
because-
you don't give up the pawn. Maybe in the
No, because I wanted to go with the h pawn. Like, for example, here, if let's say, if it's white to move, I'm winning. But that's just
yes.
this trick.
King f6, I don't really like.
You want to
because
go here,
Yes, maybe
yes.
I will go king f7 at some point. Maybe or.
But
No, king f6.
So king f6, you want to go. King f6. Then
King
maybe,
d6, h5,
Yeah, then maybe it's winning.
knight e7.
However, still you can go h6.
No,
Maybe-
king.
No, h6. Let's just show it
Yes.
to the viewers. This is a draw. Okay, maybe not even. No, it's a draw. It's a draw. It's a draw. But black is on the good side of it. So
King f7
king f7.
is
then
not
then
working. Yes.
Yeah, knight f5. It seems to be. So maybe we.
Hold on, e7 is not winning.
Okay, h6. Yeah, those A and H pawns are so hard to...
It's winning.
Yeah, that might be.
There's not a check.
I need this knight here. And they don't go like that. They don't go like that.
Yeah, but instead, what happened in the game?
Yeah. So instead, white played knight into e3. So black took on a5, and then check, king f7. I'm not sure about this move, but this comes with a check, king g7. I mean, if this weren't alive, that would be a draw. I would just give this knight for the pawn somehow. But these are alive. and
Yeah,
so
king
it's-
g5, I think it's
it's-
only move here. Or maybe white will go for a6 pawn. Knight c7 is a move.
But then maybe like this,
Okay.
check. Where do you go?
g5.
Somehow, yeah, it's okay. So maybe knight d4 check. Oh, yeah, I got it. Knight d4. I want to take the e6 pawn, so we have to go king e5 and then knight to f3. Yes, will be fork. So then, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's still winning.
Mm.
What about the position with queen and against
the
rook and
the
bishop?
yeah. So yeah, it looks like black is close to have this fortress, but white will try for quite some time.
Definitely, this is a spot for white king. Controlling e6,
Yes.
one of the main squares. And there's also an idea with king g8, king g7. Also, rook, bishop g8 was an idea.
Yeah, just to move around and just keep this setup intact. Might be a fortress, but
But of course, nobody wished to play here with black piece.
yeah, I mean white's not risking anything, so yeah, it's pleasant for white. But if he doesn't win, he will be very upset because he was certainly winning, and yeah, the points are very important for the match situation.
Absolutely.
And the last game from that match, there is some rook endgame, and yeah, there's some pawn race coming up, but black seems to be faster.
Yeah. Okay, I think we can take now an interview and yeah, come
We'll
back
be
with
shortly back.
interview.
Yes.
We're back, and here we have a guest at the studio. This is Grandmaster Pantala Harkrishna. You probably know. Congratulations
Thank you.
on the victory. It was a very interesting game, and let's check it
Yeah.
out.
So I think probably this b5 move is yeah, mistake, I would say. I think black can go probably. Can I move?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. So maybe b6 with the idea of bishop b7 at some point c5. Um, Also, my opponent pointed out that black has knight f5, knight e6, knight g5. It's another plan, but definitely b5 is it's inaccurate. I think just giving me this square, and afterwards I think I slowly progressed, and there was one moment like. Knight d2, knight b3. No.
Yeah, tell us about this pawn structure here, G6, H6. Definitely he's not strong on this side. Why he played? He has to play this miss?
Yeah, after he played b5, he was kind of stuck, especially after this bishop f5 move, because none of the rooks can go to c8 or d8.
Because
And
knights are hanging.
yeah, I would take one of these knights and then rook or queen, whatever is in on c8, d8, and e7.
Yeah.
Will
That's probably the best replacement of the bishops against the knights
Yes,
who are
yes.
connected.
And of course, he doesn't want to play g5, which of course weakens f5 square for him, and also it's too many weakness with c5 and f5. So then I think he pretty much like did okay until this point, and I think there was this move knight d7, I guess. Um,
Is there bishop G6 still?
Yeah, I was going to take this, but I'm not so sure if this was my intention actually. Because if you take this, then no, but his rook was on c8. How do I get it? No, it was here actually. So this is the line. So bishop g6, g6, queen g6, knight g7, knight f5. So he needs to go here. Knight f6, king h8, and queen f7. So if black takes queen f7.
Yeah. This is unusual move when king is open. The queen's on the
but
board.
also this knight d6 move is
Yeah,
quite
that's
important.
nice.
Okay, I have 3 pawns, but it's good to have exchange too. And of course, I think this queen f7 is kind of important. Okay, black will go king h7, and
Still.
this is still worse because of knight c5
Yes.
and knight d6 threats.
Yes. Nobody would like to play with this.
Yeah,
Right?
And, okay, I mean, here after bishop g6, I should be winning. Maybe I don't know if I played.
My question is, when he played c5, clearly it was g6 was hanging. He couldn't defend this, or what happened?
Yeah, the thing is, like if he moves the knight, then this c5 is no longer such a great threat.
What
And
about king g7?
Yeah, so king g7, I think knight f4, because I'm again
Same
threatening
ideas.
bishop g6. It's unpleasant. I wouldn't. I mean, maybe here I'm much better. Also, c5 is not such a great threat here with g2 protected, but also c5. I think this should be lost.
Yeah.
So yeah, he tried his chance, but I think yeah.
It's very unpleasant to play here
Yeah,
with extra
probably
base.
rook c6, maybe, or I don't know what is the best defense, but I was gonna play knight f4, and d5 is hanging, and also I protect g6 square. So
Right.
this should be winning too, but okay, yeah, I think in the game I just got
Yes.
another pawn on a6, so it's just winning.
Yeah, it's you don't risk here anything, even with the queens, but trading the queens after this, it's simply winning with these
Yes,
pawns. It's
yes.
just unstoppable.
Yeah.
And so it was. Seems like pretty much easy game for you. And what was the preparation? You played knight ge2 in the beginning.
No, actually, I didn't really look this variation so deep. I just felt that I will play over the board, and I
You
like.
wanted to play this very known idea f3 e4, or what
Yeah,
was
yeah,
your?
yeah. I mean, I had a similar game against Adams in 2017. I played like f3, e4, but of course here black has a slightly different structure, and also he castled quite early. So I just like these positions for white, so I think
You feel very comfortable,
yeah,
and it's like
I really
yours.
didn't prepare that deep for this game, but of course after b5 I was, I mean, I was on my own even before, but after b5 certainly I was happy with my position.
I understand. We saw your interview when you said that this is your first time in Poland.
Yeah.
So how you found it here?
Yeah, it's my first time here. I play in the say play for Wroclaw, and it's because of Mateusz who plays also in Czech Extraleague with me in Novi Por, and he asked if I will be interested, and okay, I haven't visited Poland, so I thought, okay, why not?
Good chance
Yeah.
to visit a new country. How many countries have you been, if you remember, if you ever calculated?
Okay, a couple of years ago, I was very eager to count how many countries, but I suppose I should be close to 50. Maybe I
Oh.
haven't reached, but
That's
I'm
pretty
still
much.
far behind if you compare with, I don't know, Tiviako or Nigel or Alina. So they are like world champion in
Yes.
this. But still, I like to visit new countries
Mhm.
and yeah, and okay, Poland is very close to Czech Republic, so it's good.
Mhm. Can you tell about the situation and atmosphere at the tournament? And what about your team? Do you have some meetings after the round? Do you have some plans that you say like, okay, we have to win today with this and so on and so on? What is uh, like behind the curtains?
Actually, I mean, we won 4 matches so far. I think okay, we generally have some team meeting like any other team, and we try to eat together and stuff like that. It's a nice atmosphere in the team. Everybody is joking about everyone, so it's nice atmosphere, and I hope we can keep up the energy and do well in remaining 5 games.
Yes.
Uh,
Did you find some? Did you learn some Polish words?
yeah, I mean, I
Which
know
words?
Dzień dobry.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I can pronounce maybe. No, I cannot pronounce. It's too difficult.
But you wanted to try.
No, no,
I can
I gave
understand you.
up.
I have the same problem with pronunciation here.
Well, you can pronounce, but it will be wrong. So why to
Yes,
pronounce?
I know this. I know
Yeah,
this.
better to pronounce as English and let them laugh. It doesn't.
Who do you think and your team thinks is the main opponent here in this tournament?
Actually, I mean, as per rating, it's Katowice team, but I think you cannot underestimate any team in this competition, as we had quite tough match yesterday and also on the first day. So I think we don't underestimate any team. So it's 9 teams. We have to play well in order to get to the top.
Yeah. Wish you good luck and to
Thank you.
your team too. Thank you very much for being with us, commenting our broadcast, and don't forget to come tomorrow at 3 p.m.